Okay, item number 1, town legislators' concerns to be addressed at the 2020 session of the General Assembly with the town's General Assembly delegation.
Motion to begin discussions of the town's legislative concerns to be addressed at the 2020 session of the General Assembly with the town's General Assembly delegation.
Second?
Okay, motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Good evening, Senator De Palma, Representative Ruggiero, and Representative Corfield. Good evening.
Good evening.
Senator, would you like to start?
Yeah. Do you want us all up at the same time, or just you want to go?
Any way you want to do it. You can
Okay,
all
we
come
can-
up.
We can all come up.
Just make sure whoever's talking at the time, that you do talk into the mic so we can capture it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. It's good to be back for the legislative agenda. It's good to do it early in the session. It's good to be here with my colleagues, Rep. Ruggiero and Rep. Cortrand. Rep. Abney, I talked with him today, had a prior commitment in Newport, so he sends his regards. I'll see him in a bit, probably. But I told him I'd follow up with whatever we discussed here, we would discuss later. I'll call your attention to 2 items you'll have that were passed out. We're not going to go through it in detail. We'll highlight a couple of items. The first item is a single 1-page that's on the top Senate Fiscal Office talking points. And what this is meant to reflect are things from a budgetary perspective from the proposed 2021 fiscal year budget by Governor Raimondo. It's proposed, knowing that many numbers will most likely change, some won't exist any longer, but these are some of the numbers that are there. I do call your attention to one number I'd ask you to change. Under municipal aid, the first bullet, change where it says 40 whatever, 0.8 to 4.8. That's what the change in the Middletown municipal aid is overall. The other piece you should have in your handout, and this is, everybody has this, both school committee and council, is something called a Special Legislative Task Force to study Rhode Island's education funding formula. The entire report is 166 pages. I know each of you probably had a copy already, have gone through it, but I at least want to give you the executive summary of the report that's here. And when you look at, and having reviewed the school committee's legislative agenda, I think you're going to find each of those are listed on that legislative agenda. Just a couple points, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues here, and we can address whatever you like. From an education perspective, proposed for FY21, there's about $30 million additional in the K-12 education budget. In that number, you'll see Middletown's slated right now to receive an additional, this time an increase, finally an increase, $218,000.
Stop it.
So another page.
Stop it.
I know you. I'm glad you're sitting down.
Thank you, because I would have fell down.
It's proposed. No, it's
It
proposed.
has not been passed yet, but we're hoping.
But
Makes it worse in my bubble, Barbara.
I think the expectation is that, and you've seen it for the last 9 years, this is the 10th year of the formula. The General Assembly has funded it each and every year. We are now at the $1 billion mark. So when people talk to the state budget of $10.2 billion, general revenues is about $4.2 billion. About a third of that goes to Medicaid, Health and Human Services. The majority of that is Medicaid, 1.3 and $1.2 billion. The next number right behind that, education aid, $1 billion. That's state money, general revenues to cities and towns. Providence gets the most of that. The next, if you combine that with money that you folks put in, and every other city and town puts in the state, we exceed probably $2.3 billion overall. So the state contributes about $1 billion. Cities and towns contribute about 1.2, 1.3 billion in that range. So state aid to education, when you include state, federal, and local, is about over $2 billion. So of the 4.2 billion, 1.3 billion is approximately towards Health and Human Services, predominantly Medicaid. We have, the report came out today, about 292,000 people on Medicaid, a little more than that. The next number of $1 billion for education to cities and towns. The rest is left to do everything else. Just as a data point. You also see on here that you're expected to see the hotel tax and meal tax increase next year, and you're going to see it's over $2 million. And that's not money that obviously the state is giving you. That's how much money is giving back to Middletown from the proceeds of the hotel tax in the town. That's the majority of the numbers that you'll see here. The only thing I was going to mention, and we can go through some of the details, you'll see on the back of the page, has to do with the gas outage that we had last January 21st. The governor has a couple items in the budget. There's also a bill that's been submitted. I have it submitted at the request of the Lieutenant Governor. Senator Picard, who was a sponsor last year, said, Senator, why don't you put it in this year? I have it. I'm not certain who the sponsor is on the House side, and this doesn't mitigate or ameliorate the situation to what happened last year. What this would ameliorate or mitigate is the response, having a plan. If a plan's not in place, there's compensation that National Grid will pay. If the plan's in place and it's not executed, there's a fine for that as well. There's compensation National Grid will have to pay. Last year, because of the existing current law, it was, I forgot the actual month, might have been $1,000. The total fine to National Grid for that outage was $25,000 by the PUC. Let's set aside the $25 million they paid to residents, businesses, or whatever, nowhere near what the overall total costs are. Some of those are still being resolved, but the language that's in the budget, separate bills are also seek to address that. So let me turn over to my colleagues to address some high-level topics, and then we definitely want to go through your specific items as we walk through it.
Thank you. Good. Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much for letting us come by tonight. We really appreciate this. Just to follow up on what Senator Palmer said about the Utility Services Restoration Act, the bill on the House side is myself and Rep. Kennedy. And it's really important. All of the legislators on Aquidneck Island have done, I believe, yeoman's work in making sure that not only we make sure that Grid is fined for what they did and what they didn't do, quite honestly, but also the public utilities carriers are the folks who have oversight, and different than the PUC, which is the Public Utilities Commission, which actually sets electricity rates. We have been dogged about making sure that National Grid cannot go to the PUC to get any kind of a rate increase on the backs of our constituents, our ratepayers, as a result of the $25 million that they spent to rectify the gas outage a year ago, all right? So that's really important. Certainly what the governor has in her budget and the bills that we have are kind of belts and suspenders, but it's very important. And I think, Lou did such a great job as a synopsis of the overall budget and the one sheet showing the monies that Middletown has. I'd say maybe let's get right into the specifics of your issues, because it's a pretty extensive list, and we also want to make sure we hear from the school committee as well. So unless you have other questions.
Just following up on the gas outage too, that the DPUC has been hosting like quarterly meetings. They've agreed to meet with us on a regular basis, and we've all been attending those meetings to keep.
Yeah, and I would also say, the governor appointed Linda George as the commissioner of the DPUC, and she has been really good and responsive with OER and DPUC, meeting with us and keeping us, informed, and making sure we all keep, Grid's feet to the fire, because this is something that, when it happens again, it's a little bit worrisome that without the right infrastructure, it certainly can. So, having said that,
One other piece with regards to the gas outage. So there's a commission that's been formed. It'll meet before the end of February. I'm chairing the commission. Senator Oyer from Newport's on the commission, along with Senator Jessica Dela Cruz from North Smithfield, North Smithfield, if I got it right. And that's looking at what we can do. It's basically looking at natural gas and electricity, transmission and distribution system infrastructure. What do we do to ensure that, because I've met with Enbridge, the president of Enbridge, I met with the president of National Grid. Took 8 months to do that. National Grid met with me a little over a year ago, within the month that I requested. What happened last year could happen again. I am convinced that it can happen again. I haven't been given the facts and data to substantiate that it couldn't happen again. So we need to do everything we can. This is statewide, not just Aquidneck Island-wide. We're waiting for a few more folks to confirm their invite of being on the commission. But we're going to be looking at how do we ensure we have going forward a reliable and resilient gas and electric transmission distribution system, while also being energy efficient and focus on how do we include renewables as a part of that. But gas isn't going away anytime soon. Natural gas isn't anyway, nor gasoline for that matter. So over to you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
One of the things I had done this morning, I had a conversation with Senator DePalma and made a list of some items that I think are priority items from the list that we handed out prior to the meeting. And I think maybe we'll go down that list as a starting point. The first was status of state aid to the school department, and Senator DePalma's already covered that. One of the areas that we've been talking
John, if we
about.
could, one thing?
Yeah.
From the state aid perspective, one of the things you'll see in there, and it's, I'll address one of the items the school department has as it relates to ESSA transportation. Every Student Succeeds Act. In fact, we've been working on this in the Senate for about 3 years, myself and Senator Picard from Woonsocket. And here's the situation. You have a student from Woonsocket, and Woonsocket probably got hit the most. You have a student from Woonsocket who has been taken from their family. They're living in a foster home in Middletown. And with ESSA, every Student Succeeds Act, it needs to be looked at a best interest determination of the child, where they should go to school. Most likely, back in Woonsocket. We're from Woonsocket. They're in a foster home in Middletown. They need to be transported back to Woonsocket. Today, under the current state law, Woonsocket puts the entire bill for that. And they should. It should be a Middletown bill. Woonsocket does. That's to the tune of $400,000 to $500,000 Woonsocket pays on an annual basis because of that. What we're looking to do there is you bus the child within the region. So Middletown, there's 5 or 6 busing regions in the state, not necessarily by counties. You would pay for that cost. Outside that, we're looking, and that you also see that's in the, came out of the education funding formula. We're requesting that the state, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families pays the difference. Right. It can impact Middletown as well for a student that might live in Middletown, be put in a foster home in Providence, come back to Middletown for education. The Middletown School Department would pay for that.
Where would the state get the money? Would they take
Well-
aid away from us to pay for that? 'Cause
No,
that-
just to follow up on what the senator is talking about. It's a federal law that the state has sort of abdicated their responsibility in paying for it. They've pushed it onto the cities and towns, which is wrong, right? The state should be paying for it. It's a
There's a
federal
lot
law.
of that going on.
Well, so what the bill is that I actually have sponsored, it's H7407 with Rep. Amore. I believe, the senator and his colleagues have it on the other side. It requires the state to reimburse the city or town for transportation of foster kids outside of the transportation district. So instead of having the cities and towns eat the bill, which is the way it's been for the last 3 or 4 years, we're suggesting that the state pay for that. It's about $5.8 million. The thinking is it may very well be a categorical when we recalibrate the funding formula, just so you know, and I even think that was one of the recommendations on the commission. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's something that is the state should be paying for it, but they're not, and it is a federal law. So the fiscal impact is important. So that's something that we're working on legislatively, but also we think is going to be solved as we recalibrate the funding formula as a categorical.
Mr. Brown?
Sorry to take you off on a tangent there.
It's okay. I'll take
That's
you on.
important, thank you.
Ride-out projects. So in our list, there's 2 projects that we will need assistance with. We are in the process of still working on final design for reconstruction of Lower Quidnick Avenue. That is a project that we're going to have to submit and try to get onto the TIP and get funding for. That was on our list last year. As we begin to finalize those plans, I see that we'll, look for your assistance in advocating for that project with Director Alviti in the near term. The second project is sidewalks on Purgatory Avenue. That would connect our business district with Second Beach. That is on the tip right now. However, the preliminary estimate was $600,000, and right now it's in excess of $1 million. So in that case, we'll be looking to convince DOT that additional funding should be appropriated to that project. And for both of these projects, these are projects where we're doing the design work. So hopefully, and that's the other goal, is to accelerate the projects by having it ready, shovel ready. So if there's money available, the town can implement those and make immediate improvements.
So just before you go on, as part of the design, is that a local project agreement you have with the DOT? Would you want a local project agreement with DOT so you can be responsible for all the
That
work?
that would be part of the package.
Okay, so we,
Yep.
because we're doing that with some other cities and towns, and what that basically does is, the state says, here's the money, the town knows the town ultimately gets it implemented, but the state gives the money for getting the project done.
Mr. President?
Council Santos.
Senator, I know you pushed for Quinnick Avenue and sidewalks.
Yep,
You gave us the good news a while back.
correct.
Last week, there was a group of department heads, plus a representative from PAR associations. And I don't know if he let it slip or not. He said that the Quinnick Avenue project from Green End to East Main
Right.
may be delayed.
So there's a possibility. I have a meeting on the 18th about the topic, so I'm glad we're here tonight to discuss it. The issue is the sidewalk from, about 1,400 feet of sidewalk from East Main Road in. The issue under that sidewalk is the water pipe. The water pipe that's underneath there is AC, asbestos concrete. And the concern where the sidewalk is going is the status of that water pipe underneath the sidewalk.
Now, the sidewalks are going on the west side of Quinnick Avenue, correct?
Correct. On the
Yes.
opposite the school side, yes.
Yeah.
Right. They originally, so here's the issue. They originally planned to go on the school side, if you remember correctly.
Correct.
Back 14, 15 years ago, right? They were always going to be on the school side. The issue on the school side is the culverts that are there, also the utilities that are there. So DOT, and we've had a few meetings about this already, DOT indicated that, given that cost, because the project does cost more, and we said, understand, I really don't care. This project is going to get done. They've moved the sidewalks to the west side.
Correct.
Majority of the west side, except for 1,400 feet from, I forgot where it gets cut off, and what 14, it might be right across from the school, I think. The school might be 1,400 feet in from East Main Road, from 138. They wanted to, the problem is, like I said, underneath where the sidewalk's going to go, there's potentially 3 to 4 feet where the, I think it's a 12-inch pipe, I could have that wrong, the 12-inch asbestos concrete water pipe is there. That needs to be replaced.
Who's going to replace that?
Thank you. I'm glad you folks are up there.
All right, my point to this is, and I have someone here who will back me up. When the students are going to the school, they walk on the west side. They walk with their hoodies on, their earplugs on, and they're looking at their phone. They're not looking at the traffic. What is the state waiting for? Someone to get killed, a student to get killed going to school?
It's been communicated. I've walked that path many times with the dog, doing the 4-mile loop around the area up to the high school. And when you get to that piece over near where the Cardi's is, there's a metal, right? And you have about that much. Well, that much is maybe 18 inches before you touch the yellow line. It's unsafe. It needs to be addressed. We're staying on top of it. We're going to get it done. We got a meeting on the 18th to take the next step, but it's an issue with regards to paying for that water pipe to be replaced, 1,400 feet of it.
Isn't a child's life more important than the damn water pipe?
It is, but the issue becomes, the short answer is yes.
Council Toronto.
Just staying on that topic, Newport Water, I mean, you know, when you mentioned that, I was like, we were talking about the national gas and how they kind of have us hostage. It's the way I look at it. It's a monopoly. Newport Water, in regards to the infrastructure and the replacement of the infrastructure in Middletown, I've been trying to get information on that to say, when are we going to replace the infrastructure in Middletown? Is there a plan? Because we have roads that, I mean, we have pipes that are corroded, pipes that need to be replaced, and I've dealt with the water department quite a bit, and they do not move. They do what they want to do. So I'm just curious, do you guys deal with the Newport Water?
So the short answer is, we want to pick on Newport Water, and we should when it's appropriate. Let me also articulate here what the situation is. When Newport Water looked at the original plans, when they got the 10%, you're all familiar with the 10% plans. The 10% plan showed the pipe on the eastern side of the road. When that was the case where the culvert is, it's not an issue where, sidewalks on the eastern side. When they looked at the 10% plan, we're good. They can sign off and check it off, because their pipe's on the west side. Well, when the 90% plans came out, it changed from the east side, which is where they gave the checkoff on, to the west side. So they reviewed the plans and basically said, this is a problem. If you're going to put the sidewalk there, you might break that pipe. The concern is you break the pipe, and you don't want to do this. You don't want to do this twice. There's been discussions with regards to putting an asphalt sidewalk there. No, we're not doing that. I learned a long time ago, do it right the first time. We've got to stick with it and get it done. What is the challenge doing this? Newport Water is a rate, it's paid for by rates. They got to go to the PUC just like every other utility. And as part of their plan, might they have had it this year? Maybe. But by the time they found it out, it was the plans they had going to the PUC to go get money, it was beyond that. We got to figure out how to help make this happen sooner rather than later. We're not talking a lot of money here. We're not talking a lot of money to do this.
And I appreciate that. And as it pertains to this project, I got it. But my question also pertains through Middletown, just a little bit. You know, going forward, 2020, we have situations in the town right now where residents are working with Newport Water to determine who owns the water line.
If I could, I think I may have an answer
so.
for you. Based on the questions that were asked as part of the Quinnick Avenue situation, they have an assessment of all the pipes. And they were able to share that with DOT, because DOT asked that question. And what are we looking at dollar-wise? I think Sean will remember, I think it's like $400,000 a difference.
$400,000.
It's a $400,000 difference. And that project right now is like
6.2.
$6.2 million for that. So it's another $400,000, but
lot.
it's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah,
So
sure.
we're going to figure this out. We're not backing away
Sure.
from it. We're going to get it done. Asphalt sidewalk doesn't do it. Asphalt and Bakeman doesn't do it. You got a snow plow coming down there. First time the plow comes down, there goes the sidewalk.
Yeah, that's not good. Thank you.
So Upper Quinnick was the third DOT issue. Looping back, so coming back to the natural gas situation on Quinnick Island, we've all been involved in the different meetings that are happening between the PUC and National Grid. The one issue that I think has been glossed over is the use of the Mill Lane location as a pressurization point. At the first meeting I attended when that sort of came up as a discussion, it was, you know, this is going to be a temporary location, but the discussion has evolved so that seems to be becoming a more permanent location, and there is concern about that. The first concern is that while I was within the last 20 years, we had the discussion about putting a pressurization point on the Navy base. Those meetings happened in this room. A number of us were here, and that station, for whatever reasons, has been abandoned or not maintained by National Grid. But the Mill Lane location, which is actually located in Portsmouth, is not an ideal location for a permanent solution for pressurization of the system. And quite frankly, in dealing with National Grid and the fire chief, you know, to date, while I think we all have an understanding of why we have the tankers down there, that we need a point to pressurize the system, there is a lot of due diligence from National Grid in the state that isn't or hasn't happened because there was just a rush to make sure that if we had a peak demand day that we could energize the system. So, so there's a couple pieces to that. One, I think, is I think we have to hold the PUC to a higher level of accountability to monitor what's actually happening down there. The second piece is, as best as I can tell, and I'm not an LNG expert, this is more or less being managed, you know, even as on a temporary basis, as if this is a DOT project. Sort of, instead of having zoning applying to tiny houses, you know, we got like tiny LNG kind of operations happening without all of the stuff that should be happening. I mean, the simplest thing is we have LNG tankers parked behind a chain link fence without any bollards on the road. So you can barrel a car through that area. That was brought up by the fire chief in sort of an operational, you know, discussion with National Grid. There's still no bollards out there. There's just, so that's even just starting at the very simple level. I know a number of emails went out about notifications over the past week that haven't gone out to the neighborhoods. And I know from a management standpoint, everyone's like, well, we're almost in February, it's been warm, we'll be out of there in March.
No.
The problem is, we're gonna be back there the next year, and the next year. We need to come up with a viable solution for how we're gonna be there in the short term. And we haven't had a full conversation with the council, but I don't believe the council or the community is going to embrace a station at that location on a permanent basis. So I think that's something we have to be mindful of in meetings, because I think we do give the impression that it's okay. I don't think it is. That's one piece, but I think we do need to get the PUC, who has the expertise or the resources to bring in the expertise, to make sure what's happening right now is safe, that it not only for the people in the area, but also safe for the entire island. And then the second piece is how, that they're monitoring this on a more regular basis that is to some industry standard. Again, I think it's sort of buried on the east side of Middletown, or east side of Portsmouth right now, and that's concerning. So I know there might be, Councilor Flynn has some concerns about this, so.
Councilor Flynn?
Well,
Oh, could I just?
do you want to?
Well, I was just going to communicate that I spoke to Rich Rayner, Town Administrator in Portsmouth today, so I would like to bring back all these concerns that you're articulating tonight to him, and I would encourage that, some meeting between you two. Are you in touch with him?
Well,
Because
I think that's my point. I'm not an LNG expert.
Right,
I have no expertise in this. My town engineer has no expertise in this. My fire chief has no expertise in this. The
Right.
people at the PUC do, and the people at the state have the resources, if they don't have the expertise, to bring in more people to monitor what is going on in that area of town. I don't think Portsmouth has the resources to do
no,
either.
I don't disagree with you. So should we bring them back down? Like,
I think there's two things that should happen. I think, the PUC needs to be re-energized or refocused on what their responsibilities are. I think
Right.
the other
And
piece is, I think
Yeah.
there probably should
I've been
be some
emailing
sort
her
of
too.
community briefing
okay,
here so that people understand what's actually happening.
Okay.
The notification of this was originally limited to a
200 feet?
200-foot radius. I believe even on a DOT basis, the safety area of this is about a mile.
Yes.
So there's, and again, what's been shared with me is there's a remote possibility that you'd ever have to worry about a 1 mile radius, but it's real. And so far, it hasn't been a discussion that's happened in a public space.
Okay.
So I think that's the second piece. One is a discussion with the PUC. Again, and I love talking to Rich. I talked to him today.
Yeah.
That's great, but you're talking to two guys who aren't LNG
Right.
experts. The PUC should be involved, and
Okay.
they should be doing a lot more for the residents of Portsmouth and Middletown.
I'll definitely pass that on.
Yeah, I think, Sean, you're absolutely right. The lack of communication with the public is worrisome, because you're right, you're not LNG experts. There've also been conversations about reopening the LNG storage at Naval Station Newport that closed back in 2010. That's what Linda George had mentioned when we had conversations last week. So I think having a public forum where the community can get together and see what is the Division of Public Utilities Carriers doing, because they are the oversight, as I mentioned, on all of this, and how can we bring questions from the community and actually from administrators who have to implement a lot of these policies so that they have a clear understanding. So I think that's something that we can arrange and we can get done probably in short order.
One of the, so I talked to Linda this afternoon, because Linda used to serve in the, she was the deputy director in the Senate Policy Office, so we go back. Linda's excellent.
She's great.
This goes back to the PUC. 10 years ago, the PUC agreed to National Grid's request to mothball the facility on the Naval Station Newport. And if you read the report that came out of the report of that was done, they cite, I'll say, issues with regards to access to the base. So any of us who have access to the base know that you have to get clearance 2 different places based on where you're going. Well, the challenge became if the Council Toronto, Santos, and Rodrick, if you were the 3 that had access to the base, when President Sylvia drove the truck the next time, he doesn't have access,
You can't get on.
he doesn't have access to the base, they could send him back. That's a lame excuse. That's lame. And I said that to him. I said, we don't get there from here. So that was one of the reasons they cited. They also cited the reason for not maintaining the facility in the Naval Station Newport was because it wasn't needed. So the other piece about the Portsmouth facility, and it goes through the Energy Facility Siting Board, the EFSB, they only have 2 years of approval to be there. So even if it didn't come back, it will come back. We're going to ensure as part of the commission that we look at from the perspective of what needs to happen. And I'm not certain if the situation that manifested itself last January 21st, because I think they can push out about 300 or 600 or so decatherms, which would have brought it up to 1,200 decatherms, which is what the island would use at that point in time, would have even kept, quote unquote, the heat on Aquidneck Island. Newport, 7,000 customers, 10,000 individuals, residential and business, last the 21st. We need it back on the Navy base. That's what we're going to push for. We've got to figure out how to get there with Naval Station Newport to support that. And guess what? It's a secure location. As the town administrator indicates, we don't have to worry about, because when it is going to go online, if they have to energize it this year, there's going to be somebody's going to come down to do that. The people there aren't going to energize it, and they'll have some kind of security there as well. There's somebody there, I think, 24/7, but those aren't the folks that are securing it. And if you drive by, like most of us have, you'll see the fence that's there, and it's not the most safest place to be.
So reopening that is critical, and it's something we've pushed for every single time we've met with the DPUC.
Councilor Flynn, do you want to finish your comments?
Please, thank you, Mr. President. So, I'm listening to the conversation, and I'd like to hear a little more of a sense of urgency on. I like the solution. It actually answered my bottom line question, because it's a little unsettling that the public has simply not been informed properly, and they're not prepared.
Correct.
In case something were to happen. So because it's time sensitive, in the short term, at least get residents up to speed and let them know, what they need to know with this facility here. So is this forum that has been suggested, is that something that can happen in the next couple of weeks?
Okay, we'll work
at the outset.
We'll work through the town administrator, the council president.
Right.
I've talked to Peter Horvath several times already about it, a month or so ago, like most of us have.
Yeah.
Peter's knowledgeable. Peter's knowledgeable at the topic. We've got to figure out how to, it's communication right now and planning more than it is, and even talking to Peter, he knows in my conversation that it's there today. We don't want it to happen last year on January 21st. Should we have a cold spell, knock on wood, we don't have a cold day like we did, have a double failure with the Enbridge transmission system,
Right.
and another failure with National Grid, which had 2 failures. They lost power, and the uninterruptible power supply, that's supposed to be uninterruptible, didn't work.
Yeah, it was a perfect storm of errors.
That's putting it mildly.
Councilor Lombardi?
Well, Sean, do you have anything else? Because I've got a couple of big topics I want to touch on.
I'll just throw them out because they might be better to, so one is matters related to Airbnb. The other was asking for an update or discussion about the changes in marijuana statute and regulation. And then the last item I had was Lou was going to provide a very quick update on the Burma Road Orphan Utility Project that's being funded by the state. So if that fits in with what you wanted to discuss.
So from an Airbnb perspective, what we put in the budget last year, and through the Newport County Convention and Visitors Bureau, the allocation of hotel tax was changed several years ago, such that the cities and towns didn't benefit to the degree you benefit as traditional hotels. That got changed in last year's budget. I can send you the language if you like. So now all hotels, traditional hotels, and I'll call them non-traditional hotels, and non-traditional rooms, are all, the allocation of those taxes are allocated the same way. So the cities and towns should see that same money, should see the money percentage-wise that you get for hotels as you get for Airbnb. That's one item. I know there's something in here that we've talked, that's was requested with regards to getting information about who pays. We can get information about who pays. I doubt we'll be able to get how much they pay. It's a tax, no different than I want to know how much money people in the Middletown pay in income tax. I could probably get the total, but I can't get it from each individual person, what that number is.
And if I could just add to that, especially with the registry, because that came up Saturday, I believe, when we had this conversation for several hours. As I mentioned, Lauren Carson, Rep. Carson, has legislation she's put in for the last couple of years that does require people who are renting short-term to actually register. So there would be a registry, a database that would probably be housed at DBR, the Division of Business Regulations. And each person who is doing short-term would have some kind of a prerequisite code so that you'd know what town they're from, whether it's, you know, I'm making this up, code 27 for Middletown, code 62 for Warwick. This is something that she's put in the last couple of years, and she is planning to put it in again. They're still working on the language, but that would be the database that was raised before. And as you know from the woman who, you know, spoke on Saturday, every single person gets a one sheet from Airbnb that shows what they've paid and taxes. Now, whether or not it's incumbent on the town to request that, that becomes something that, you know, you have to determine. And, you know, Mr. Regan and I have had several conversations on what may be enabling legislation should the council, in your collective voice, decide you want to send a resolution that would perhaps, you know, add to the current statute on possibly a commercial tax rate on some of these units. But that's something that I think you really need to drill down on with your own fiscal notes.
Marijuana?
So from a marijuana perspective, a couple things. The language from last year has been changed. It'll be, in fact, the Senate's passing it tomorrow. It got passed out of committee. You heard the governor suing the legislature. Legislature saying we're going to fix it. Well, the fix is in, but the fix is happening tomorrow on the Senate side anyway. And basically, the language that was in the budget last year indicated that any changes in rules and regs that the Department of Business Regulation put in place as it relates to marijuana had to be approved by the General Assembly. Unconstitutional from a
Separation of powers.
From a separation of powers perspective, so that language is basically stricken. With regards to the language last year, the number of compassion centers has been in the max, doesn't have to be, has been increased to 9. I did talk to Liz Tanner today. She may have sent me the latest updates. I'll get that to you, Peter, with regards to if a city and town chose to restrict that and not have them in their town. I think that applies at a certain date and time from the language in doing so. It also allows, if a city, and what they're looking to do in the geographic regions, basically the additional 6 potentially that could be put in, no more than 6. There could be a city and town that has more than 1. I'm not saying it's going to be anywhere around here, but I just want to give you some highlights with regards to that. The last piece on marijuana, and I can speak from a Senate perspective because the Senate President was very emphatic when I asked him about it, because I don't support the expansion of or support of legalizing recreational marijuana, period. As long as I'm there, I never will. The Senate President has come out and said categorically he doesn't either. I said, can I share that with others? He said, absolutely. So.
And I would just add, because I sat with the speaker for an hour and a half on Friday talking about a lot of different policy issues, and he asked me my thoughts on the budget and specifically, you know, the marijuana. He also has come out against it, so it is not going to be legal, but to what Lou was saying, what we are passing with 6 new compassion centers, if they are geographic, and the intention of geographic or zones is to help the medical marijuana patients. So if somebody's in Westerly, they don't have to drive to Portsmouth or to Warwick or to Providence. So that's the reason for the geographic locations, according to DBR, which makes sense from a medicinal patient standpoint, right? There are cities and towns that have passed ordinances where they do not want marijuana, whether it's medicinal or recreational, in their town. So that is something that, if that's the collective of the council and you put together a resolution saying that, then you too could opt out as well on something like that. And I just want to say one more thing about the separation of powers issue. The bill that I heard in Judiciary last Tuesday was actually a bill that would have hurt the 51 cultivators in this state that the state of Rhode Island created 3 years ago when we gave out these licenses. And in the statute, we said you can only sell to compassion centers. And in the original bill, it said that these 6 new compassion centers would not only be able to sell, but they could grow. So essentially putting 51 small businesses out of business. So that was stricken from the bill, and it's really now just the separation of powers issue. Rep?
When I spoke to the governor about this, maybe it was last session, she also, in lieu of setting an ordinance against having it in the whole town, you could also do spot zoning restricting where a location could be if you so desired. That'd be another option.
One of the challenges the governor has given us because of it, and I think pretty much knowing that we didn't pass it last year, likely to passing it this year was slim, we now got to find $21 million. Because the estimate was this would generate $21 million in general revenue. It would generate more than that, but there's some costs associated with it. This would generate $21 million in general revenue. Now we got to go find that. So that doesn't help. And the last, Sean, was the
Orphan Utilities in Burma Road.
so thanks to your work last year, I'll say the work of the General Assembly, like I said, Chairman Abney couldn't be here. Working collaboratively with the House last year, the money was found, and it was found in the infrastructure bank. We had many ways we're potentially going to do it, and working with the House, it's coming through the infrastructure bank, matching that on the federal side through the Economic Development Agency in D.C. Should be $600,000 total to study assess the utility on Burma Road, the road, the water, the sewer, the primary piece of there. So in preparation, no different, and so as part of the Defense Economy Planning Commission that got created at the last BRAC, in preparation for the next one, is to help facilitate the Navy, what they're doing and what they're looking at, to ensure they stay here, the thousands of people that work, number one employer, highest employee in this, waged employees in the state, is at the Naval Undersea Warfare Center, on average, over $100,000 per person. We want the Navy to stay here, not just Newark, but Naval Station Newport, the War College, et cetera. Burma Road is a piece of that. The study will get done, and then from that, we'll figure out what we do next. So thanks for your support last year. Infrastructure Bank, for what comes out of that, to fund it, and the work that Ron Wolanski and company are doing, because Middletown's the lead in pulling together the proposal or the RFP that's going to go out. The Infrastructure Bank will lead it, but Middletown, Portsmouth, and Newport are all behind it. So it's a big deal. We've been trying to do that for how long now?
Yeah.
Council Lombardi.
Thank you, Lou, Deb, Terry. So you answered two of my questions about the Airbnb to a degree, and the marijuana, recreational marijuana issue. I think the council, we've been pretty clear, I think, where we stand on that. I find it concerning that...
Council, if I could just before, even though I said what I said with regards to the Senate President and the Speaker, what they have said, any resolutions you can get to us to say,
Right.
we want it out, is always,
It's very helpful.
it's helpful in making it happen.
We also appreciate you weighing in on it too, Senator. I noticed the reps didn't weigh in on it.
No. I have been pretty adamant. I do not believe that it should be legalized, especially because of the defense economy and the jobs, that we have. And my big concern, and I've said this when asked, and it's been quoted in some of the papers, my concern is with the edibles because they look so much like candy for young children, and also the potency. Marijuana today is about 9-10 times more potent than it was 30-40 years ago. And I just think that those in and of themselves, from a public safety standpoint, are concerning. And I think my concern, too, is that the state, just my opinion, and that and $2 gets you a cup of coffee somewhere, right? But my opinion is the state has not gotten the medical marijuana issue correct, okay? Never mind recreational. And that's evident, in the 6 years I've been on finance, every single year there's like another change, whether it's caregivers, it's creating these cultivators, it's licensing all these people. So you can't keep changing this over and over again. It shows that there hasn't been thoughtful, deep, critical thinking around this policy issue. And it's a big policy issue. So that's where I stand.
I mean, it seems like nobody can get it right. Colorado's changed their law 5 times, and they still haven't got it right. And we went in head first, and it was like Dodge City out there with not getting the regulations in place properly before you put the medical. I'm not about taking anybody's medicine away. It's more about the recreational marijuana for me.
And the lack of a driving test, too.
Yeah.
Right.
That's another issue.
Just so, and I know Deb and Terry heard this the other day from me, but the 1% that the governor is proposing for the lodging tax, Lou, when when you gave us this fact sheet, that's not factored into this.
Correct.
Okay.
The 1% on the governor has in the budget on the hotel tax, which, when it was briefed, I asked the question after to say, so my assumption is you're going to maintain the same allocation to cities and towns, and the answer was no.
So that
The 1% would go to the general fund.
Yes, it's a money grab.
it's a money grab that I can't support.
It's about $5 million.
Yeah, and the bottom line is that, you know, right now, I gave you guys this state lodging tax by state in the country. Rhode Island's the third highest state lodging tax in the country. And we're a destination here. And the people come here and they spend their money here. And I don't know how many times we're gonna keep hitting them with these kind of taxes. At some point, you know, I mean, I get it, I know it's revenue, but we're only seeing 1% of that. 7% of that, you know, is the state sales tax. 5% of it is distributed by the state throughout the communities, and 1% comes back to the town. And one of the things I said the other day that's very concerning to me is that I know you guys have all seen this MSNBC poll that came out in July, and they ranked Rhode Island last in the country, business friendly, last. In the last 10 years, we've been ranked 50th 4 times, 49th and 48th twice. In the last 2 years, 45th. The businesses in this state need less regulation and less of the, it's tough to do business in the state. It's tough for small businesses to come in and establish themselves here. And part of it, obviously, is we talk about workforce housing and the whole bit. But the bottom line is, and this is incumbent on you guys, because it starts at the State House. We are not business friendly in this state. We're not. And existing businesses that want to come here, people that want to relocate here, it's not affordable. It's hard for them to start businesses. I have a guy that owns a business in East Providence. He paid $45,000 in taxes the last year, inventory taxes and sales taxes and food and beverage taxes. And he said to me, I'm not making that kind of money. I can't continue to exist. I'm going to move to Massachusetts. That's what he said to me. I mean, there's a lot of stories out there like that. I know you guys know that.
I'm a business owner, so
Yeah, I get it.
I
So,
live and breathe it.
I really wish that, I hope that you guys will advocate more for small businesses and ways of keeping them here and bringing them to the island.
I agree.
because it's
You're spot on
difficult.
with a lot of your comments. One of the things that I've heard, and I too am a small business owner and have my own company, but what I've heard for some people, it's not so much the taxes on Aquidneck Island as it is the lack of broadband. There is a lack of high-speed fiber optic internet in 7 communities from Barrington, Bristol, all the way down to Aquidneck Island and Jamestown, and companies are leaving. That's why I have a bill H7096. It is the first time in 5 years that the state is actually even looking at this issue. Do you realize we are one of 2 states in the country that does not have a broadband coordinator? No one. You call Telecommunications and Broadband USA, they said, Deb, we don't even know who to put on the email list from Rhode Island. When the federal funding left Rhode Island in 2015, after I chaired the Broadband Commission and put all these recommendations, the state disbanded Broadband Rhode Island. And we put those FTEs in other places, in commerce and in public safety. So they're here. So my bill says, let's drag one of them out in commerce and make them responsible as a coordinator. And we're going to set up a statewide advisory council to look at things. And that council will include the infrastructure bank for funding for municipalities so that they can connect to the last mile. You know, you talk about ransomware. Coventry just had a threat a couple of months ago and had to pay $200,000. So yes, taxes are important, but let me tell you, it's a lot to do with, you know, technology in our state as well. And that was one of the broadband.
I have to interrupt you, okay, and I apologize for that, but I just want to, before we get into the regular session at 7 o'clock, which is a matter of minutes away, I want to give the school an opportunity to
Yes,
come
sorry.
up.
And We'd be happy to meet with the school committee, too.
Yes,
Okay.
Deb
we'll
and I
we'll have
talked about
another
that.
meeting with the school
Okay,
committee
we'll-
one-on-one.
thank you.
It should not be 10 minutes for our school committee. I
Okay,
agree.
thank
They
you.
deserve an hour.
Thank you.
And it shouldn't be an hour once a year for you folks either.
You bring us anytime at all, 2, 3 times quarterly?
I'd love to see a quarterly update, because I think it's
Yeah.
great that you come here, but to go over this once a year, it's kind of just
Yeah.
going through the motions here.
I agree with you. It should be on a regular basis.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
Senator.
let's move it along.
One other piece to mention regarding taxes, we were talking about taxes. With regards to the motor vehicle excise tax, the phase-out, Middletown next year will get another $92,000, roughly, with the phase-out. Phase-out's got a few more years to go. The governor chose to extend that. Probably not going to happen. It's going to stay on its course, so it's got 3 or 4 more years to get there. So Middletown gets, I think, another roughly $92,000. One last piece on the, I have a meeting coming up on the bridge realignments. I represent Newport as well. The work that's being done on Connington Highway, I did confirm today that the conduit and fiber is going to be put in all the way up. They originally weren't going to do it. They are going to bring fiber all the way up to 2 Mile Corner
Good.
from the bridge.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, reps.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank
really.
Madam Superintendent, Madam Chair, please come up to the mic. I hate to cut you short tonight. We can bring you back again.
Yeah.
We're going to see you again anyways. But I'm going to give you about 5 minutes.
That's fine, that's fine,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for this document, the executive summary. We've already started looking at it, and I do see that a lot of the things we put in past years are reflected in there, so that's great. Some of the other things haven't been addressed. I know bills have been introduced and they haven't made it over the goal line for whatever reason, so you have that list and it should look somewhat familiar from prior years. But I also want to thank you for the offer to have a separate meeting. I know there are a lot of priorities across the town, and so everything is important, and we'd be glad to take you up on that, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any closing comments?
I do.
Councilor Toronto.
One of the issues we are having with the school is the English learning. We've been meeting with the schools, and we've been talking about the English learning language programs that they have and the resources that they're going to need around that.
Yep.
Can you tell us a little bit of what got just a couple minutes, but
Certainly. So the governor
I'd
has
like to
additional
hear.
money in the budget this year for English language learners, or English as a second language, but it's really English language learners. It's been in a categorical account, which means it's not part of the funding formula that's a per head basis. So it's a separate account. One of the things I've been focusing on is ensuring that, and this is from talking with RIDE, if you're in an English language program, as you're an English language learner, the expectation is in 3 years, you're not in that program any longer. We need to ensure we're getting the return on investment for that money. More and more millions of dollars are being put in there. It needs to be put in there. Superintendent Germain came and presented before the commission, and you'll see that in here as well if you read through the highlights, through the executive summary. I think just in Newport, in a matter of September to October, the population might have fluctuated 70 or 80 students. I probably have that number wrong. The number of English language learners that they had increased by 300. So we're talking about transient population. Middletown sees that as well. It's an issue across the state. It is a focus, because if you're not learning English and there's not somebody to help do that translation for you, which is probably not going to be in most classrooms, as you move along, it's going to put you even more behind the 8 ball. So more money is being put there. Money's not the only answer, but certainly it does help.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Spangler, get just a couple minutes, okay?
30 seconds is all I need. Thank you for just giving the opportunity. I just, as
Please
a,
introduce yourself.
oh, Teresa Spangler, Chair of School Committee, Vice Chair of School Committee, sorry, Kelly. I just wanted to comment on the national grid, the gas situation on where it is in Portsmouth right now. As a resident that lives right there, it's a really big concern of the lack of communication, that we didn't even know it was going there. The light pollution is unbelievable, and the noise at nighttime and early in the morning is really unbelievable. So it's a big concern for us, because God forbid something happens, there's a leak or an explosion. We're right there along with a whole bunch of other people. But the communication would just be extremely helpful to understand what the plan is going, what it would, before it even came in. And it's not just me, it's everybody on that side. Even though it's over the Portsmouth line, it's impacting the Middletown.
So in Old Mill Lane?
Yeah.
Where the fire comes out, the flame comes out the top?
Yeah, and the noise and lights. And there's a security guard there all the time, 24/7 now, which is nice. But as somebody had mentioned up here, the gate, it's a little flimsy fence that, you know, it's very concerning that somebody could do something over there. So, thank you. It's a public health concern, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else like to make any comments before we, all right. Yeah, it's a short one, 2 minutes.
Okay, motion to recess.
Second?
Motion second to recess, 2-minute recess. All in favor?
Aye.
Anytime, thanks.
Ready?
Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Motion to reconvene.
Second?
We have a motion second to reconvene. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make a motion now, and going forward, Madam Clerk, and I know I brought this to everybody's attention before, public forum is number one at the open meeting, okay? I'm going to make a motion that we move item number 4, which is the public forum, up to next on the docket.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, tonight I'm also going to make a motion to relax the public forum rules again. I have 7 people that wanted to sign up to talk. Obviously, 7 people were not going to talk tonight. The rules of the public forum are very clear. They have been clear for a lot of years. But I'm going to relax it tonight, give our firefighters and those that want to talk an opportunity. I'm only going to allow 7 people that have already signed up in accordance with signing up, talk. So that's 5 minutes each. The red light comes on. Be conscious. I'm gonna tell you, that's it. It's over. Okay, so pace yourself. You got a clock, you got the lights in front of you, so pace yourself. Okay. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so 7 people. Madam Clerk, it's not gonna go past another 35 minutes. Okay? That's it. 35 minutes. All right, total time. Okay, first person that signed up, Thomas Welch. Tom? Name and address.
Tom Welch, 536 Mitchell's Lane. The public forum allows citizens to speak freely about issues related to town business. It's a right available to all, but the process here in Middletown has a few shortcomings. On the form that's required to be filled out with the clerk prior to the start of the meeting, there are lines for your printed name, address, and signature, as well as the nature of your remarks. It seems as though this information is optional, as all forum participants at our last meeting did not fill out their information. It's been an accepted practice that townspeople who are familiar or known to the staff are allowed to call in their request to speak. Their names and addresses are filled out for them, and the forms are then numbered in the order in which they're received. Just to be clear here, the town hall clerical staff are thorough, consistent, and always cheerful to help me every time I have a request or a question. It's not their actions I'm questioning here. At the January 6th meeting, there were more people that wanted to speak than the 15-minute forum time limit would allow. Thankfully, a councilor put forth a motion to let those who had signed up to speak have their say. By doing so, the public forum extended the meeting by 15 minutes. Last meeting was again well attended by supporters of the firefighters, myself included. The council president preemptively said that he would not extend the forum time because the night's agenda was very long. None of the fire department supporters were able to speak, as a list of people requesting podium time used up the allotted 15 minutes. Call it coincidence, but the 3 people that were able to speak talked about subjects other than the fire department. One of the rules governing the public forum, as the president will quickly point out, is that speakers are not allowed to ask questions of the council. It is not a discussion, it's just an opportunity to air their comments in public. I suppose technically the council doesn't even have to pay attention. Last meeting, however, perhaps just another coincidence, as one of the speakers concluded his statements, the president asked him if he had any other concerns, while motioning him to continue. Then at the end of the 15 minutes, he quickly intervened, ending the public forum. Now call me cynical, but something just felt wrong about the whole process. Somehow, the room of people wanting to voice their concerns about public safety were silenced. The word orchestrated comes to mind. I'm therefore confused by the line near the top of the meeting participation form, which in bold letters reads, "Welcome. Your town council wants to hear from you!" Exclamation point. Just so you know, I don't feel welcome, nor do I feel as though you want to hear from me. But then I wondered, why is there a 15-minute time limit in the first place? There must have been a big problem at some point adding undue time to already lengthy meetings. So I reviewed all the minutes from all the regular council meetings in 2018 and 2019, looking to see how many people spoke during the forums. Over the past 2 years, there were 41 such meetings. The average number of people who spoke, 1.2. And 16 of those meetings, nobody asked to speak. Hardly the supporting evidence I thought I would find. At the last council meeting, 5 people were not allowed to speak, and if they were, and all used the maximum time, it would have added 25 minutes to the length of the meeting. Given the history over the past 2 years, this additional time would have had a negligible effect. So to clean up any possible unfair advantage going forward with regards to the format required to speak during the public forum, to be truly transparent, I would like to suggest the following. The participation form should have to be filled out in person, no more than 30 minutes prior to the meeting, and the applicant's name, address, and signature be required for acceptance. Then once completed, the form would be turned into the clerk, who notes the order just as it is done now. In this age of technology and all of its digital avenues to interact with one another, we're quickly losing the ability, the platforms, and the impact of speaking in front of our leaders and peers. The effort The effect of an impersonal email pales in comparison to the words spoken face to face. If it means enough for a taxpayer to come to a meeting, to stand up here before you, and tell you what's on their mind, you should welcome their efforts and listen to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Kevin Kaczynski. Kevin? Name and address, Kevin.
Kevin Kaczynski, 452 Mitchell's Lane. I'm speaking tonight in regards to the fire department staffing. We have all been bombarded by facts and figures that can be confusing. I would like to help illustrate the fire department situation with a simple graph. You can see over the past 25 years the call volume has steadily increased. In 1996, there were less than 2,000 calls, and this year we will surpass 4,000. But our population has lost 1,000 people over the last 20 years, so why the increase in calls? An older average age of our residents, a huge uptick in the number of hotel rooms, summer homes, tourism in general. All the while, the number of firefighters has remained the same. How long do you really think the town can get away operating like this? 560 represents the number of times Middletown Fire had to call for mutual aid last year. This excessive, irresponsible reliance on mutual aid will not go away until we add more firefighters. Mutual aid plays a necessary role in a community such as ours for backup at a big incident, not to be the first on scene as we saw at Woolsey Road. The issue of staffing is at the root of the turmoil. Negotiations should involve discussing different ideas. At this point, you are telling us the union wants to increase their staff by 8, at a cost you claim of $1 million. I haven't heard any other options. Have you discussed 4 positions as opposed to 8? Have you considered increasing minimum manning from 5 to 6 so you don't have to hire 4 new firefighters? The need is obvious, but how do you pay? Maybe you could reallocate the rescue wagon fund, the money the town bills for providing rescue services. It brought in over $700,000 last year alone. And instead of earmarking the money for things like garage doors for public works, an outboard for the harbor master's boat, or police cars, you could put it towards firefighters. The run numbers continue to rise because there are more rescue calls. The money generated from those rescue calls should be put toward the people who do the work. Maybe revenue from the beach, which draws all the tourists who stay in all the hotels and eat at the restaurants, could help offset the cost of the firefighters we need. There is the increased revenue the town is getting from the hotel tax, from all the new hotels built on West Main Road in the last 5 to 10 years, and all the short-term rentals that are so prevalent in town. Middletown is losing money with each call for mutual aid. Those are lost billing opportunities that could be realized if more Middletown firefighters were available to staff a second rescue and take those calls. Perhaps some of the $900,000 annual stipend the town receives from the federal government for providing fire and police service to the Navy land could be spent for new firefighters. Have you looked into the government's SAFER program? It stands for Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response. It is through FEMA, and it is for towns to add staffing to fire departments. The program literally pays the salaries and benefits for additional firefighters for 3 years. At the time of the fire station upgrade, the department also desperately needed manpower and equipment. The town chose to expand and renovate the fire station using the $900,000 annual stipend from the Navy to pay the bond. Next, the town spent money on new apparatus and a new police station. The next logical step would be to increase staffing to meet the increased call volume. A growing call volume that should be expected with increased tourism, the responsibility of covering the Navy housing, and an aging population. The station was purposely built to accommodate more firefighters. With more floor space to house more trucks, we're just waiting on the staff. The last public discussion about manpower, if you recall, was when the town were willing to increase the number of firefighters on a shift, not by hiring, but by restructuring the 4 shifts into 3, which would have added 14 additional hours to every firefighter's work week without pay. Even if the issue of staffing was never discussed, as you claim, then one would think that given the documented increase in the number of calls, the heavier reliance on mutual aid, and the obvious public sentiment, it would be a no-brainer. So how do you gauge the wants and needs of the taxpayer when we don't know the options? We are before you, telling you what we want, backed by factual numbers to demonstrate the need. What else do we do? Create a petition to put a question on the next ballot? All budgetary decisions are not answered by a math question. It seems like we, the public, are on one side, the counselors, who we elect, are in the middle, and the administration who you appoint is on the other side. Maybe you could help us understand how our needs and wants fit in. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
William Homer, Bill?
William Homer, 44 Lawrence Street. Real quick, I was planning on passing up my time so another taxpayer could speak, and I do continue to do that, but I do want to thank you for opening up the meeting tonight so more people could speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Bob Leary. Bob Leary? Name and address, Bob?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President. Name is Bobby Leary, 541 Bellevue Avenue, the Cottage Unit. And thank you, Ms. Marshall, for letting me sign up. I missed last 2 weeks ago. So, good evening, first of all.
Good evening.
I'm here tonight just to say thank you personally to each and every one of you and past council members for the past 6 years of use at Kennedy School by the Newport School Department with the preschool program. And in education, they always have these buzzwords like climate and culture, or core values, or best practices, or community partners, or collaboration. So it's too bad they just don't say what they mean. And that being said, what I would like to say to you is what this is to me. I can't think of any better collaboration, any better community partner than Middletown has been for the past 6 years with Newport as far as the preschool program. So thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Okay, next, John Jordan. John?
John Jordan, 8 Everett Street, Newport. First off, I want to thank the taxpayers for showing up today for support for us. I'll keep this short on my end. The Middletown Fire Department staffing levels have remained the same for the past 30+ years. In that time, the town's grown significantly. Numerous hotel rooms, nursing homes, housing developments, commercial development, larger homes being built off Tuckerman Ave, acquiring a large portion of the Navy housing in 2006, and the ever-growing tourism that is happening in Middletown. 4 new roads have been added, and 86 new housing developments have been added just in the past year. This causes an increase in calls of service from the fire department receives. Calls over the years have increased almost threefold with no change to the level of firefighters on duty. Over those 30 years, added responsibilities to the fire department have grown, emergency services being the big bulk of the change, along with hazardous materials responses, technical rope rescue, and marine rescue. All firefighters now have advanced life support qualifications. We follow protocols that are written by doctors and other medical professionals through the Rhode Island Department of Health. These protocols mandate that we care and treat for patients, how we care and treat for patients. Improvements to these protocols over the years require that we spend more time on the scene for cardiac events, and they require us to transport patients not to just the closest hospital, but they require us to transport patients to the hospital they need to be at to help them. All these changes put a significant strain on the fire department's ability to handle emergencies, and they cause a heavy reliance on mutual aid to pick up the slack. Middletown received mutual aid over 300% more than the department gave last year. This is not mutual, and it is not the intent of the mutual aid agreement. Calling for mutual aid increases the amount of time it takes to get to an emergency. Time is critical. The faster help can arrive to an emergency, the better the outcome usually. Firefighters have raised concern about staffing for many years. A report written by the now retired Chief Peter Ferber titled Critical Staffing Concerns of the Middletown Fire Department was written in 2006 when we took over a large portion of the Navy property, which we provide EMS and police for. That was 14 years ago, no added staffing. The firefighters are asking the town council to listen to our concerns and to come work this out, and let's make the town safer and let's make us safer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Joe Andrioli. Joe?
Thank you. Joe Andrioli, President of the Rhode Island Firefighters. I want to thank President and the council for relaxing the atmosphere in the room and allowing, people who wanted to speak. That, I think, goes a long way in this process. I'll be very brief and then yield the balance of my time. I know there's another taxpayer. I'm hoping tonight is a step forward on both parties. The last thing we want to see, and last thing I want to see as the state president, is any divisiveness and any turmoil in any community. And I think we had that several weeks ago, and I'm hoping, and as most of you know, prior to the next council meeting, we'll be sitting down with your legal counsel to try to work on the current contract as well as the next one. And I'm very optimistic, and I want to put that on the record, that we will try to do our very best. The men that you have here in this department are some of the most dedicated that we have, over 2,000 firefighters in the state. They're probably some of the most dedicated. They love this community. They've always got along good with this community. I've been working in this capacity probably full-time for about 14 years in the current capacity. I can name the times that I've been down to Middletown. That's a good thing. That means that labor relations, for the most part, have been good down here. And so we want to pledge to you that we want to get just a little bit to make it safer for them and safer for the community. And we talk around numbers, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we'd love to see big numbers, but with just one, as an example, one additional spot, we could open up another piece of apparatus and the safety level would be increased dramatically. So again, thank you for, making it a more relaxed atmosphere. I look forward to working with you, and hopefully very soon we can be on the same page and put this behind us and make Middletown a safer place. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Joe, just to echo a little bit about what you said, we too are looking very optimistically at this. I know we have a meeting set up for the 18th. We've changed our playbook, as you know, and we have new council involved, and I'm looking very optimistically. And let me just assure everybody here of one thing. Nobody's ever questioned the loyalty, integrity of the job that our Middletown firefighters do. We're very, very proud of them and the job that we do. In the years that I've sat up here, I've recognized them several times in regards to that. So I just want to put that on the record tonight. We have one other person that wants to talk. Joe, thank you for coming down. Okay. Lawrence Frank. Lawrence?
Lawrence Frank, 8 O'Donnell Road, Middletown. Before anything, there is a basic question that needs to be answered. Would we, the town of Middletown, be better off with increased staffing at the fire department? If the answer is no, then I would like to hear that argument tonight. If the answer is yes, then we must address the current situation and find a way to resolve it. The issue is both structural and financial. If the staffing is inadequate, then the question becomes how to increase funding. It appears that this is the roadblock that has resulted in the increasing hostilities between our town and our firemen. There are over 1,500 hotel and motel rooms in Middletown, and over 300 Airbnb type rooms as well. Middletown should adopt a $1 a night occupancy tax. It should be identified as a public safety tax. The tax should be dedicated to expenses related to public safety, specifically fire and police. The money should be used to address the staffing issues of both the fire and the police department. The money collected should not be used to offset any item in the town budget, nor reduce the current or future fire and police budgets. Assuming 1,800 rooms, the yield will be $1,800 each night. Based on a 100% occupancy, that would mean annual receipts of about $660,000 a year. A 50% occupancy would bring in over $330,000. I would like the council to seriously consider this, and if they think it's a good idea, have the town solicitor draw up the necessary papers so the state can enable this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. John, Joe, looking forward to the meeting coming up. And thank you again for coming down.
Thank you.
Item number 2. Pam, you want to just stop it for 1 minute till they exit, please? Thank you.
Which one? 8. I got it. You guys have anything in consent?
Get it right in bigger font. All set. If we can get those doors closed, it'd be perfect. All set, Pam? All right, ladies and gentlemen, item number 2, recognition of a former Conservation Commission Chair, Gary Parquet.
Motion to begin recognition of former Conservation Commission Chairman Gary Parquet.
Second?
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to ask Councilor Santos to join me. Councilor Santos? You know, it's truly an honor and a privilege.
Microphone.
You just stand right over here to recognize you tonight. Because certainly over the years, I put a lot of time into the town of Middletown. And on behalf of all of us, town council.
Hey, Bob. Sorry, can't hear you.
How's that, better? Yeah? Okay, Gary, it's certainly a pleasure to recognize you tonight, and I mean that with all sincerity. You've been a hard worker over the years for the town of Middletown. You've certainly put a lot of your personal time into making our community better, and we sincerely appreciate you for that. So please, on behalf of myself and the entire town council and the residents of Middletown, in recognition of your dedication and successful service to the town of Middletown, serving on town boards, including approximately 21 years on the Conservation Commission. 21 years. You know, I mean, that's something to sincerely be noted. The town council extends its very best wishes to you in your future endeavors. We were trying to keep him around for another 21 years, but he's moving out of state. He said he's going to he's going to retire now and go dedicate some time someplace else. So, Gary, with that, Councilor Santos, would you like to make a few comments?
Thank you, Mr. President. Gary, I worked with you many years with the Middletown Historical Society. You were the president. So this is a wonderful night tonight, a wonderful dedication. And here is a clock. And I do wish you the best in your endeavor, you and your wife. And good luck.
Gary, any comments you'd like to make?
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the president of the council and the other council members for taking time out of their busy agenda to make this presentation tonight. And I'm looking forward to the next step in the next phase of my life. We're moving to a small town of 2,200 people, and I've got my eye on a seat on the town water board. So.
There you go.
Thank you.
Gary, again, thank you very much. Okay, those are the things we enjoy doing, but we don't enjoy. So we certainly are gonna miss Gary. He's, like you said, 21 years. I mean, I spent some time with him on a couple of his committees, and certainly Councilor Santos and other members of the council spent time with him, but dedicated, hardworking committee member, and you're gonna be missed. Thank you, Gary. Okay, item number 3, communication of Council Lombardi, pickleball presentation.
Motion to receive said communication and begin pickleball presentation.
Second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I don't know who is gonna be presenting it, but if whoever you are, come on up to the mic. Feel free to get yourself organized and set up, and we'll get going when you're ready. And please introduce yourself.
My name is Fred DeFinis. I live at 16 Evelyn Circle here in Middletown. And tonight I'm here to present on behalf of a loosely organized group we call Aquidneck Island Pickleball. And our committee here is made up of all Middletown residents. Many of us own, are you okay? Many of us own
Getting a lot of feedback through the mic. Sorry.
businesses in Middletown. Is that better?
Is that good, Pam? Did you hear that feedback? Away from the laptop a little,
Okay.
maybe. There you go.
How's that?
Yes.
Better? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
No,
We want
thank you.
to thank the council for hearing us tonight. I know this is a busy time of year with budgets and firefighters and all kinds of very important issues before the council, so we appreciate it very much. We're going to give you the Reader's Digest condensed version tonight, about 10 minutes. We're going to tell you a little bit about our program, why we think it would be beneficial to the community, and then some of the logistics and costs that would be involved if we were able to move forward with this. You all have the presentation, the longer version we gave you that we presented to the Open Space and Fields Committee, so I'm not going to belabor that, but pickleball is a recreational sport that's played on a smaller court with a smaller paddle and a smaller ball than tennis. Very active. It's right now the fastest growing, we believe the fastest growing sport in the United States. It's also played in our Middletown High School here, which is something I didn't realize. The students play, but generally they don't get to play very much because there's limited gym time and court space when you've got 20 or 30 kids and you only have 2 courts and 40 minutes for gym. They don't get to play very much. The core players tend to be a little bit older in the 55 years and up category, which I fall into, believe it or not. But it's a game for really for all ages. You know, a question that would, I think, come up here right away is if we're going to make this kind of investment, give up some land in one of our parks and spend some money on this, is it going to be used? Who's going to use it? How's it going to be used and all that? The courts would definitely be used. You saw in our longer presentation, every venue from South Kingston to Dartmouth, Massachusetts that has pickleball is right now over capacity. We played this morning at Hunter Park in Newport, and there were more people than there were courts on February 3rd. So it's definitely, the demand is there. And if you remember back to the other presentation, sometimes Bristol Common will draw up to 60 people on a Saturday morning for 4 to 5 courts, depending on how they have it set up. So there's definitely demand there. The use pattern is very much like our beach, if you think of that. You know, on the weekdays, you might have the moms with the kids or the retirees. Then on the weekends, you have your working people. Evenings, it's a different group. And pickleball is very much like that. So those of us with flexible work schedules and whatnot, or self-employed, will go and play in the morning. Some younger people will come in the afternoon, and then the working people will play in the evening and on weekends. So it falls very much like our beach in terms of how people use it. We also feel that, and this comes from our personal experience, but we feel there's a lot of opportunity for growth in terms of offering clinics, programs for people, family day at pickleball, and you know, some of the things we outlined here, like town against town and so on. We have a tournament next weekend up in Dartmouth, which is Rhode Islanders versus people from Massachusetts. It's just a fun thing. But it brings people together. And one of the reasons that we're all so passionate about this sport is what it's meant to us in terms of bringing us together with people from different backgrounds, different towns, different areas, even different states. And we really want to expand on that, because it doesn't matter how big you are, how strong you are, how fast you are. All that matters is you want to have fun and get out there and play. And we see a lot of opportunity to get people involved. And I personally see a lot of opportunity for people to come here, get to know us, get to know our town, and get to see what a great place it is. So it's a little bit of a marketing effort as well. We're talking about a 4-court facility, and a 4-court facility requires 120 by 60 feet, and I'll show you a couple of ways we could do that, as long as the courts are oriented north and south so that you're not looking into the sun when you're playing. The site that we've picked out and that's been approved by Open Space and Fields is Linden Park. And 4 courts will take up, as you can read, I don't have to read to you, but it's 15% of an acre, or 3% of the total parkland. And the drawings that I did here are not to scale, so the courts are actually a lot smaller than that. So we could do 2 over 2 or 4 in a row, or however many we like. And of course, Linden Park is very well located right along the bus line, along the main road. And there's paving there for parking, so we don't have to worry about paving a large area, having additional runoff concerns and things like that. So we can, and there's plenty of room that we can site the courts such that they wouldn't interfere with any proposed future development there or any other uses that we might want to have, because we understand from council that there could be other uses for this land down the road in terms of potentially a library or other town facilities. So we can tuck this off in a corner where it will work. This is an example of a somewhat similar facility, slightly smaller, in Old Saybrook, Connecticut, which is not too far from here, about an hour or so. And it's a 3-court facility, again, north-south. We would like it to be aesthetically a little more pleasing than this for our location here, but these 3 courts together cost $77,500 installed, and that's a first-class installation. And the way this works is they excavate the site about 1 foot deep, put in about 8 inches of drainage in crushed stone, pour the slab, and then you have your drainage space underneath for rainwater, because we know that's an issue here. There are tensioning cables in the forms. The concrete is poured over the wires are pulled, and the surface is then ground and smooth and coated with an acrylic coating so that the people won't slip and get hurt on it when they're playing, and it doesn't collect rainwater and puddles and things like that. So here's just some illustrations of that. Again, I think you've all seen this, so I won't belabor it unless there's questions on that. Probably the most difficult thing here is to work with the town planning agencies and determine where we're going to put these, assuming we go ahead with the project, because we want to maintain the best use and flexibility of the site, and then we want to develop a good plan for the facility itself, make sure it fits, make sure it's going to work well, make sure it's accessible to everybody, and most importantly, that it's good and durable for the dollars that we're going to spend on it, and then of course get the bids and the contract. And what this entails in terms of dollars and cents, high quality but not tournament spaced, and what I mean by that is we're going to have a very good quality product, but we're not going to have a lot of extra space around it like you would have in a tournament spaced program, because those cost a lot more and they don't really add anything for the type of activity that we're looking at here. And those cost about $27,000 each times 4. It's easy math. This type of court is guaranteed usually for 25 years against cracking and sagging. There are less expensive alternatives, but they cost about 60% as much, and they last about 40% as long. So it's probably not really a good value to the town to do that. The cost would also include the fencing, the posts, the nets, the line painting, and all that. No lighting is proposed here. And then you need some routine inspection, potentially power washing once in a while, just to keep it clean. And the players usually are the ones who blow off the leaves and sweep them. A lot of us keep brooms or battery-powered blowers in the car and take care of that. So there's not going to be a lot of maintenance required of the DPW or the Parks and Rec people. So in summary, we feel that we're not only going to provide fun and exercise for people, but we're going to foster socialization, and really maybe more importantly than all of that, we're going to promote our town as a great place to work and live, to not only ourselves, our neighboring communities, but people actually far and wide. People travel quite far to play this game. We see people in Bristol and Dartmouth that come from as far away as South County to play. So there's a great mixing of the communities, and I think that when they come here and they play with us, they'll get to know us as people, and also get to know our town as a great place to live and work. So thank you, and any questions?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I wholeheartedly support it, personally. I think it's great. I was wondering what I was gonna do once I moved into affordable senior housing, so now I know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
But I think it's great. I think we have to be diverse enough to not only take care of our young residents and members of our community, but to those of us that are getting up in age. So I'm personally in favor of it. I think it's something that we should really look into and really make it happen. Councilor Lombardi.
So, really quick, the genesis of this, I think you know, is I was knocking on doors during the last election, and Jane Thomas invited me into her house and locked the door. And she started telling me about this game, pickleball, and I said, what is pickleball? I'd never heard of it. I played a lot of racquetball back in the day before my knees started to act up on me and some other things, and I've seen the game played, and I know people from other communities that play it. I work with a couple up at St. George's that play, and it is a game that, for some of us who can no longer get out on a racquetball court or a tennis court, you can play this game, and it's a social thing too. It's not just the exercise, it's getting out with your peers and your friends and meeting new people. But I agree with Bob. I think it's a good spot for an underutilized piece of property right now. Linden has got the nice, children's park there, and one of the things that I know some of my fellow councils are concerned about is that the kids' park is the kids' park, and it's accessible to them, and this doesn't interfere with that. I know that's a concern, and it is mine also. So when we cite this, I want to make sure that, if we cite this, I want to make sure that we take into consideration that there is a children's park there, and they do play some lacrosse over there at times and whatnot. But again, underutilized, there's a traffic light there, it's pedestrian friendly, it's on the bus route, it's got all the right things to do something good with that piece of property. Take in consideration the neighbors, because you've got a neighborhood all around there except for where IHOP is, and it is close quarters. So it's something that we need to really study and look at, and if we can put something in the budget to make it happen, I would certainly support this. So thank you so much for your presentation, and I know Jane's out there and some of the pickleball compatriots. Nice job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am not going to reiterate what my fellow town councilors just said. I totally agree. Just a couple of questions, because, if money were no object, we could make this the pickleball destination of New England, and I think that would be great.
Yes.
So my two questions are, have you looked into any grant opportunities that might be available to the municipality to help fund this? Because that's a leap, and I know we also have a lot of needs in town. Speaking of courts, our tennis courts was a huge conversation a number of months ago. My other question, and so that might be something your group could do, some legwork for us, so that to make this palatable and doable. But in the installation world, does it have to be all four at once, or could we start with two? And these are questions that I don't expect an answer, but it's something you might want to look into in case we have to, you know, stretch it
Sure.
out and work on it over, you know, the next number of seasons and years.
Yeah, your first question first, we haven't because we didn't know how, you know, where we were in this process and what kind of support we would get. I was thinking today that perhaps with some of these green bonds where for improving open space, there might be some grant opportunities there. I'm not an expert in that field by any means. So we have to look into that. If we don't do at least 3 or 4 courts, they will be too crowded, and then I think it will defeat the purpose and people won't want to come. Already we see that at Middletown. We see that defeatist attitude at our own beach. I know many neighbors won't buy a beach sticker because they have the attitude, well, I can't go there, so why should I even buy a beach sticker? And you get the same thing here. People will just stop going if it's too crowded. Those of us with flexible schedules don't play on weekends at Hunter Park because you know you can't get a court. So I wouldn't do 2. 3 would be minimal, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Council Von Villas?
Yes, I would just like to say that originally when you started to speak about the Linden property, I was a little concerned because as the liaison to the library board of trustees, I know that that is something that we've talked about, is putting the library on that property for a long period of time. So I'm very pleased to hear that you're aware of that and you have not, I want to say, infringed on that possibility for the town. So because of that, I certainly will support it.
Okay, thank you. And my wife is a big library fan, and I would get divorced if I did anything that hurt the library, so that's not happening.
Okay, thank you. Vice President?
Go ahead. Go ahead. You are Vice Chair. You could. Thank you. I'd like some statistics. I'm for it, but I'd
Yes.
like some statistics. Presently, how many are in the group? And what are the age brackets?
I'm not sure 100%, but somewhere around 110 people.
110,
Yes.
okay. And age-wise?
Predominantly over 50, but we have some in the 30s and 40s. But they would be, I would say, for our group, that's a minority. That doesn't mean that that's all the people. It's just those are the people we tend to know because of when we play.
I know that you've been playing in Holland Park for about 2 years, so.
One year, yes.
I'm sorry?
1 year, yes, Council.
1 year, all right. So the group has been in existence for about 1 year?
Yes.
All right, thank you, that's all the questions I have, and good luck.
Vice President?
Thank you, Fred. So I'm not opposed to it. I just probably need to know a little bit more about it. And I dig a little bit more into cost and stuff like that. So one of the words that caught my eye was base cost. In the presentation, it says base cost. So what does that mean? Does that mean total cost of everything, or is that just?
If it says that, it's not intended. That's the whole thing.
Okay.
That includes the court, the fence, the lines,
So
the nets, everything.
that's the whole project,
That's all.
27, and that's based off of Old Saybrook?
No, I also contacted other contractors, both in Rhode Island and outside, who do this kind of work.
Okay.
Just to get those estimates. I want to make it clear, I didn't solicit any bids, because I didn't want to get in trouble.
No, but you have to do your homework.
Yes,
I mean,
yeah.
yeah, no, I get it. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So does anybody know if the open space, who's the liaison on open space? Terry?
Myself and Councilor Santos.
So did they look at any other properties besides that one?
I believe that there were others that were.
The only reason I say that is because there's neighbors that border right there, number one. And number two, if the library ever does go there, I don't know how that use would work out. I'm just thinking long-term, not opposed to it. Just want to make sure if we do it in the right spot, hopefully, and we do it all at once, because once, you know, when a contractor gets on site, it's a lot easier for them and a lot cheaper for us, somewhat cheaper for us, when they're stabilized and they're on site versus having to come back again. So, I just don't know if there's any other, like when we looked at all the ball fields, we went around and we looked at every piece of property to see where we could put these multi-purpose fields, and here we are, 5 or 6 years later, They're being constructed.
There was some discussion on this, and we had some input from Councilor Lombardi,
Yeah.
because there was a discussion of, I think it's called Valley Park area, but that we understand there's I talk with my hands, I'm Italian, that there's potential environmental issues there. There's some other parks that are smaller and they're more considered passive, young kid tot lot type parks. So we came back to Linden Park because it's not used as much, it's on the main road and so on. So no, we didn't look at every single piece of open land in town, but we did discuss other options.
Town property?
The town properties, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my last inquiry was just, like Terry, I had the same note about a grant. I know there could be potentially some grants out there that could help this process along, maybe?
Sure.
Sean, if we didn't get a grant, where would the funding come from? Beach?
The beach or the capital improvement special revenue fund. I think, I know there's recreation grants, out there, but, the other opportunity, there's been money for, I'll call it that aging in place kind of thing, but developing sports for people that are, older than 45, basically. So that might be another source of revenue that we really haven't explored, so.
How about remember there used to be the park behind Forest Avenue School? There actually used to be tennis courts back there.
They're still there, yeah.
They're still there?
Yep.
I don't know, just a thought. I don't know if they've looked at, like I said, all the properties.
Yeah. No, we didn't look at every property. The other thing I will mention, when we started this effort, it tended to be more senior focused. And then we got some younger people into the committee also, and this is where we talked about their kids playing in the schools and so on. And we started to change our focus a little bit to more multi-generational, and that's why I mentioned before, family night and things like that. And I have seen now on school vacations, parents playing with their kids in some of the venues like South Kingston and some of the others, even at the Y. So there is an opportunity across the age spectrum, although the predominance of players do tend to be older at this point.
So Fred, say these pickleball courts get built and say it's at Linden Park or wherever it's at,
Yes.
and that seems to be the likely place, I guess, but, so parking wise,
Yes.
how many parking spots are gonna be required for, say, like a tournament, and, always wanna overplan for that, like, at least,
Yeah, there's, I didn't do it myself, but David McLean, one of our committee members, went and counted the parking spaces there, and I think he said there were about 40, room for about 40 cars, and typically, if the thing were at capacity, you'd be looking at 32 cars if everybody came in their own car and drove. So there are more parking spaces than there would be.
But that doesn't include friends or family that might show up, right?
Or if there was somebody at the tot lot, for
Right,
example.
yeah. I just wanna make sure that, as Rick said earlier, that playground stays the playground, and there's enough parking where families can't go there with young kids because there's no parking.
Yes.
Maybe that's something we could look at. So my guess would be if it's potentially at Linden Park, Linden School, then it would be towards the back of the property. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice presentation, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Lombardi?
So quickly, I was kind of being the devil's advocate when Jane was quizzing me about this, and we were talking about potential spaces, and it wasn't like, I told her, I said, it's not to be negative, but I anticipated some of the questions that would come up regarding this. And we did look at some other town property. We talked about up at the high school, this middle school tennis courts, but the other piece of that is that I think, I could be wrong, I know the vice chair is here and the police chief is here. I think with adults using those courts, when school is in session and the kids are outside, I think there are some limitations, restrictions, right, for adults using. That was a concern of, I'm kind of asking because I think that's a concern.
Please, to the mic.
Quickly, I just.
I don't know exactly. I know that the courts are open to the public right now.
During school hours.
During school hours, they are unlocked and open to the public.
Okay.
So in the situation, like you have the playground there too at Linden Park, so that, you know, people are playing there. Also, I did want to comment, since you let me come up, a lot of times kids are hanging out there at nighttime too. So for safety reasons, you might want to think about that too, of how to protect the court so that we wouldn't have damage, you know, graffiti and things like that. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, well, we don't have lights up there right now, do we?
No, at Linden they do.
Oh, they do, okay.
There's
Oh,
big floodlights that.
oh, they do have lights, that's good. So, but I don't know about that. I know that the courts are open to the public all the time. Except when there's games, they lock the inside. And then they have to, so if there's a game going on,
So they can't get in without
that
paying.
nobody can go through the tennis courts. So the public has the games, and that's after school hours. So people have to go through the pay, you know, to pay and get to the gate when it's a paid game, like a football game or soccer games. Varsity, but if it's a JV game, those courts are opened all the way through, so.
So the other thing that came up, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
but did you
so
want to
much.
ask me
I
something?
do, I have a question. So, you know there's been talk of potentially redoing the tennis courts there because of the issue that's going on. So how often are those, what's the tennis season? I'm not a tennis player.
So the boys are in the fall, and the girls are in the spring.
Other way around, not that it matters.
I'm sorry?
Girls are in the fall.
Sorry.
Boys are in the spring.
Okay, so they use the courts because they can't use them at the same time. So it's, even though it's the boys and girls with Title IX, they each have the time.
Yeah.
One's in the fall and one's in the spring, because there's not enough courts to be able to do both. But that's statewide, so that's
Right.
the divisions, how it's worked for the league, state league.
I just didn't know if maybe, I don't know what kind of use there is in the off-season. You guys play,
Well, the summertime, it's used a lot by the public. Yeah, and after hours, when
You
the
don't
kids
play,
aren't.
you can't play pickleball.
I understand that, but I'm saying if, I don't know what the use is, and if we're gonna redo the whole thing, if it's not used a lot, which he's saying it is,
Oh, it's used.
then maybe we could have, but
Yeah, in the fall, spring, and summer, it's used a lot by the kids. And then, because their season for the boys and the girls is the whole entire fall season, all the way to Thanksgiving.
yeah, it's one of the things I don't like about, some of the things that happen in town, and maybe it's just by the nature of the particular sports, is that when we're building the fields now over at, the old drive-in property, Fred, is that we did that, we want them to be, lacrosse was an issue, not lacrosse,
Yeah, it's
lacrosse.
Yeah, lacrosse.
So lacrosse was an issue, a growing sport, but we wanted them to be multi-purpose fields. And so that, you know, if somebody wanted to play flag football, I guess they could use that over there, or different uses. But what's happened over time is, you know, soccer has their area over here, and now if we put pickleball, they'll have their areas. All these special groups that, and maybe you can't help it, I don't know, I'm just trying to think that complex should be a complex. That's all. I mean, that way you'd have lights, you'd have everything there already that's being used, and maybe that
Well,
will
Dave
work out.
McLean suggested that originally, and he actually drew a little blueprint of that, but I guess there was issues with whatever land was left after everything else was done was potentially wetland or.
Well, I know that ball field over there by across from the cafeteria, it used to be a little ball field. I don't think that gets much use, I'm not sure. But I think the complex could be a complex, there's parking, there's lights, there's, you know, just a thought.
Great example of that is over in South Kingston, where they have one road, they have the rec center on one side, they have the senior center on the other, and then they have all the youth sports down below, all on one road.
Maybe there's an opportunity bound by the senior center, I don't know.
Something like
That's a
that.
nice setup over there.
Yeah.
Councilor Lombardi, you wanna wrap it up?
Yeah, so anyway, just to answer Paul's question more than anything, was that, you know, we really did kind of look at some other areas in the valley, and I know that explained to you what was going on there, and, but I think it's open for discussion now, and, you know, figure out how we get it done. I just appreciate everybody's input, and I want to thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fred.
Again, we know it's a busy time.
Okay.
I'm going to
So
return this town
I just
property.
have one final question, where
Yes.
do we go from here?
Well, I think what we have to do from here is, I think that on the finance side, we can work that out. I think we have to really define exactly where we want it to go, you know?
I was just gonna say.
Let me
I-
finish first, and then you
Yes,
can
sir.
both talk. I think we have to define where exactly we want to place it. Whether we want to say we're going to etch it in stone and go to Linden Park, or whether we're going to look at another place. You know, off the top of my head, I was thinking, and while Ms. Spangler is here, I don't know how much land we have out by, it's obviously school property, in back of the administration building or around there. Oliphant, yes. Could you come to the mic, please?
I'm not sure, I know they have a ball field back there.
Right.
But the parking is tough over there because when they do Little League, the parking is very tight in that parking lot.
We're talking a lot of cars during Little League, and I've been over there during Little League.
I'm sorry?
T-ball and stuff, I've been over there.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of cars.
Yeah.
If we're looking at 30, 40 cars, I think we could, I
And
don't know,
it's-
I'm just throwing that
And
out
it's
there
the
as a
same thing with,
possibility.
at Linden, they do have lacrosse at Linden. So when they have a game there, because the Breakers League plays there and they use the lacrosse fields, the girls do.
Right.
As my daughter did for a couple of years. So they use the lower field. So, I mean, the only thing that could happen is that coordinate, if they're gonna do a tournament, you would wanna coincide with, whatever league is using it. So if it did go behind Oliphant, talk to the T-ball group. If it goes over Linden, talk to the Breakers lacrosse. And that would coordinate and help with the car situation.
So we have the new fields over there as well, so you're
Yeah.
not really gonna need
But
that.
I'm not sure, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know there's one, I think there's 2 Little League fields at Oliphant, so I don't know, somebody would have to go back and do
Yeah,
that
there's
assessment.
three.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
3.
There's three.
I think that's an option, maybe take a look at that. I'm
See
just
what's
throwing
back
that out there. I think we have to define right now where we want to say, this is where we want it to be, and have everybody in agreement on
And
that.
Berkeley Peckham has a lot of parking, because you can push that, the parking goes way back. And then you've got way back in that corner where they used to have a
We
playground.
need to be careful there because of the potential
Yeah.
senior housing.
Affordable housing, too.
Right, right.
Mr. Brown, you wanted to make a comment?
Just two. I was saying to Peter, I had a meeting with the YMCA last week.
Could you lean into that mic? Thank you.
The YMCA, I had a meeting with the town last week. They're expanding the Newport County YMCA. We have the John Clark Park and the Corporate Park, which is underutilized, but there might be an opportunity to do a partnership with the YMCA, using that upper parcel and also creating a recreational asset within the corporate park itself.
But they charge though, right?
Well,
I
we
saw
would,
$3 somewhere.
we would have our parcel on the top with this facility,
Okay.
and then,
I'd rather do it ourselves, that's just my feeling.
that's
I-
fine.
you know,
There's an opportunity for
partnerships like
partnership.
that always run into issues down the road.
But just as far as next steps, I do have my notes
Okay.
that we would work into the capital improvement program, so at least as a placeholder or having that concept would be brought forward in the capital improvement program.
So how do we communicate with these folks?
With our
Residents.
liaisons.
You all have,
We have 2 liaisons,
Okay.
Mhm.
okay? But we're gonna look into that right away.
yeah. May I ask, what planning agencies should get involved with looking at the different sites and so that we can work with the right people on this?
I think right now, what we need to do is, maybe Mr. Brown with our town engineer, maybe, take a look at some potential sites for this. You know what we want, the specs are there. And see if we can come up with a location that'll support maybe 40 cars, the park.
Yes.
40 cars.
Max,
And at a maximum, and maybe 4 courts, at least.
yes, yes.
Okay?
Understood.
And one of the things we've tried to be cognizant of is we don't want to go take some land that belongs to some other group in town, like a
No,
Little League
understood.
or something like that.
No,
So,
it's a shell game, we got to move things around.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
Yeah, very good.
All right, Fred, you did a great job.
Thanks,
Thank you, Fred.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We'll make this happen. Okay, item number 8. Item number 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to approve the consent calendar minus item number 8.
Second?
We have a motion second to approve the consent calendar minus item number 8. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 8, resolution of the City of Newport, RE, requesting Rhode Island legislature sponsor legislation for a requirement of civics classes for the graduation.
Motion to receive said resolution.
Second?
We have a motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I pulled this off to just highlight that our youth...
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could just move out the back door, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilor Flynn, go right ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate you allowing people to be able to hear me. So I just pulled this off because really and honestly, our youth, our young adults, some of our grown adults who are raising young families, they really have no idea how this process, civics, and you know how things work around them, decisions are made. So the resolution, I just see it as a big need, and I would really love to pursue it, except for one thing. I don't want another unfunded mandate coming down from the state to the communities. And I know that there are, I did find out from administration that there are some elements of civics that are embedded in some of the classes, and perhaps it could become an elective. But I think this is a serious issue in not just Middletown, but all towns, that the engagement and having people at least understand and, vote intelligently and with meaning. So I just wanted to pull it off to sort of highlight that it's important. It's important. It should be a priority somehow.
I agree. I think it should be. Any other comments by any councils? No? Okay. Thank you, Councilor Flynn.
Thank you.
Okay, licenses, number 12. Application of 3MT LLC DBA Pizza Hollywood, 796 Aquinic Avenue for a victualling house license for the 2019-2020 licensing year. This is new.
Motion to grant said license subject to building official, fire marshal, and board of health approvals.
Second?
A motion is second to approve. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 13, application of 1899 LLC DBA La Forge Casino Restaurant, 186 Bellevue Avenue, Newport, for peddler's license for the 2019-2020 licensing year. This is new.
Motion to grant said license.
Second?
A motion is second to grant. Any conversation? I have a comment. I don't know how this could affect any of our local businesses in Middletown.
That's true.
And that concerns me. Not that I'm against somebody coming in here and peddling their wares in our town, but I don't want them coming in here and taking business away from people that are trying to do business in our town, that are established in our town and doing business. So I'm inclined not to support this for that reason. Any further conversation?
Question. Oh. We're on item number 16.
We're on item number 13.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's why I was.
Mr. President?
Oh, let's do one at a time.
I didn't know she wasn't finished.
She's still
I'm sorry.
shuffling.
Okay,
13, Councilor Flynn.
Yep, I got it.
Food truck.
Today, tomorrow.
So it's by invitation only.
True? Is
Okay.
anybody here?
Mr. President, so just to advise the council, just in terms of background, we're currently in the process of redrafting the mobile food establishment ordinance, which I expect may be presented to the council at the next meeting. There's a new state law that has gone in effect, basically with the intent of I guess sort of standardizing the licensing of food trucks throughout the state. And the primary license that these establishments get at this point is now from DVR. And then the town has the ability to issue permits, but it's a standardized process. We've got the ability to limit where these things go, hours of operation, and can limit the total number of licenses. My understanding is that this application, number 13, is for a specific event to allow them to handle a specific event that it's been hired for, and then they would be applying for a permit under the new ordinance once the council adopts that in the coming weeks.
But if I read it correctly, as a council or a local government body, we don't have to issue permits for those. Is that right?
You
I
can
mean,
limit,
we could limit it down to 0. We don't want to issue permits.
I could take a look at that. I don't know if 0 is the.
I just feel for the, and whether it's a one day, whether it's somebody coming in town and driving around town, these are people that are here all the time. They're trying to run their businesses, they're paying taxes here.
And we have the right to limit, for example, our current ordinance doesn't allow mobile operations within, I think it's 1,000 feet of an established, brick and mortar restaurant, so there
Yeah,
are
but
limitations.
Peter, that's not happening. It's happening all the time, okay? It's violated all the time. It's just another thing that's violated and it's overlooked. Not intentionally overlooked, but it's overlooked. And I just, somebody comes in, they open up a business, especially, let's say, Lower Quidnick Avenue area, they're fighting down there for business, and I just can't see having the availability of a drive-by truck in the area. That's just my personal feelings.
So this is a one-time,
That one is.
Right.
Council
That could be
Santos,
applied.
next.
Is Mr. Lombardi done?
No, he's
Oh.
after you.
All right.
We're gonna try to maintain a little bit of
This
order.
would also apply to 14 and 15. All three of them are from out of town. And the license fee is only $50. And you're right, it is taking away from our local people who do catering on the side, besides running either a restaurant or some other form of business. These are all out of towners. They're not even, we got one from Fall River, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, two are the same one.
What?
Two's the same signature on 13 and 14.
Right, okay. Pizza and La Forge. And the other one is the Blunt Fine Foods. He's out of what?
Warren or somewhere.
Okay. So we got three that are out of
Fall River.
town, and they're all $50 as far as the fee goes. I'm inclined to agree with with our president on this.
Council Lombardi.
First off, I see these as one-time events, and I think you take them on a case-by-case basis. We can approve or deny, depending on what the intent is here. The other thing I'm going to ask, and is there anybody here representing
La Forge.
1899 LLC? I'd like to hear from them.
No, it's not. Also, the other thing I wanted to mention on 13 and 14 is that they also have permission to be located at 25 Enterprise Center,
Yeah,
which I'm sure you
that's what
can
I'm saying.
speak to set up and serve.
Clarification on that comment by the clerk, please, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
So does that mean that the only place that they would be parked is at that address? They would
Is
not?
at that address and then at special events, but this gentleman can probably answer.
Name
the
and address,
question.
please.
John Boxer, 35 Prairie Avenue, Newport. I represent the owners of 1899 LLC and Amano LLC. Amano LLC is a specialty pizza food truck, Napolitano Pizza, sells pizza and gelato. And La Forge Casino restaurant food truck is exactly that. It's La Forge Casino's mobile food truck, mobile kitchen. We've been working with the Enterprise Center and the Quidnick Corporate Center, who found that their employees and their tenants appreciate having food trucks from time to time in their parking lots. One, keep employees on site. Two, it reduces traffic in and out of the parking area off of Quidnick Avenue and keeps people at their desk. So there's been a desire for Middletown citizens for this product. And again, as the town solicitor mentioned, these trucks are sanctioned and permitted and licensed by the state. So we have a mobile food truck license from the state of Rhode Island, and that's what we operate under. And then in order to operate in your town, we would require a peddler's license because the mobile food truck ordinances aren't fully formed or baked at this time.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just have one.
Go ahead.
I don't know where on these sheets it would have you and Mrs. Santos say that they're from out of town. Am I missing something?
The address.
The address.
The casino.
La Forge.
The Forge. Bellevue Avenue.
I'm sorry.
186 Bellevue Avenue.
They're on the island. I didn't even consider them out of town. My apologies.
They don't pay Middletown
They don't
taxes.
think, yeah. right,
You're
they-
all right.
Yeah.
There you go.
We're clear now?
Well,
Okay.
I don't know if that's
I
correct,
have a question.
because we would pay the food and beverage tax for any food or beverage sold in Middletown.
For sales in Middletown.
Correct. I mean, the only thing that the difference between a food truck and a brick and mortar is we don't pay real estate tax.
Exactly.
Yep.
You have a question?
I do.
Go ahead.
So Karen, I just want to be clear based upon these applications. Because I haven't seen it written in where it says, you know, Rick says it's a one-time thing. It says location, town of Middletown restricted from beaches and special events. What does that mean?
Special events by invitation only, and then the other location is 25 Enterprise Center.
So what does that mean?
So if he was invited to a special event, for example, even like the Monday night music nights down at Second Beach, he would be permitted to go.
See, that's not the way it looks here. It looks, when it says restricted from beaches and special events.
I think it's just a.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that,
On his
that's what was
permit, it would
throwing me off.
state, okay.
Yeah, I agree with Bob. I just think, I mean, I wish you the best, but I'm not gonna support it because I do think it takes away from our businesses. I mean, we set this precedent, people will be setting up food trucks everywhere. And then what happens to our businesses that generate, property taxes?
Thank you. Any other conversation?
Question?
Council Floyd.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, but.
John Boxer,
John.
B-O-X-E-R.
Mr. Boxer, so when you are up at Enterprise Center, are there other food trucks there?
I'm not on the food truck, so
Oh,
I can't
okay, so
answer
you
that
don't know.
question. But from the response we're getting from the owners and the tenants, seems to be a novel idea at the time, and it's welcome.
I'm going to support it. I think if, this is free market business. I think if our food trucks that are local want to go and be present there, that they have that opportunity. I also think that if I were a consumer, I wouldn't want to eat the same food truck every day. I might want to have a variety. I might want a salad food truck or something to be there. And I think it being new, I think that it's okay to go forward with. I'm going to support it.
Okay. Any other
I have one more,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Mrs. Vaughn.
No, I just wanted clarification. This is just at the Enterprise Center, am I correct?
At this present time on this application, yes.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I want to go back to what Peter's working on, what the state's doing. They're going to have more guidelines that we're going to be able to have more
You would have essentially, once again, the main license is issued by DVR. You have the ability to limit the number of licenses. You have the ability to limit where mobile food trucks can operate. You have the ability to set hours of operation, those sorts of things.
Okay.
So, for example, the city of Newport's limited food trucks to 6 permits can only operate on general business zones or limited business zones, which are few. You have to park in a legal parking spot, and you can't be within 250 feet radius of an operating business. So those are the limitations that Newport has put on, and I'm not saying that, but that's what they've done.
Mr. President?
Council Von Villas.
Oh, sorry.
Do you all set? Okay. Council Santos.
Where in the industrial park, thank you, Mr. President, would you be parking?
I'm sorry, I haven't been on the truck. I only represent the owners, but from my understanding, it's in the main parking lot that's close to all of the tenants in the park. So it's drawing upon several different corporate businesses and corporate offices there.
Clarification?
Thank you.
Vice President.
So are you already currently doing this?
Yes.
Oh.
It
So
has
you're
been,
doing
it
it,
has,
now you're
it
asking
has been,
permission.
it has been done.
So you're doing it and then come and ask permission?
We were instructed that we needed to ask permission. It was an oversight, so we're coming to ask for permission.
Oh, an oversight.
Well, the food
Okay.
truck, your
Council
food truck ordinance, you don't currently have a food truck ordinance, so when we reviewed for ordinances, there was nothing there.
Councilor Flynn.
And I appreciate that explanation, thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify, you're on Enterprise Center, so you're not in the corporate park, we put it corporate park, that's above Valley, you're over
On the
by
Enterprise
the
Center.
McDonald's.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Von Villas, did you want to make a
Well,
comment?
I'm just thinking that it's a convenience for the people who work there. I mean, it seems to me that it actually keeps people off the road. So for me, it's providing services for our people as well. I mean, if there were companies in Middletown that had food trucks that would bring them there, well, that would be fine, but it doesn't sound to me like there's competition. It sounds to me like these particular food trucks are providing a service that is not being provided by our own town people.
I appreciate that. I just see that there's a lot of businesses in the area that could be patronized too. Councilor Lombardi.
So I've been kind of following what they were doing in Newport, and I don't want to see them down near our restaurants. I don't want to see them down on Lower Woodnick Avenue. I don't want to see them infringing on those areas. But in this particular instance, as I hear Peter, as I hear our legal counsel saying that we didn't have a food truck ordinance on the books, I understand that. I may not be as suspicious as Mr. Roderick. I kind of think that this probably was not an intentional thing. It was an oversight. I'm just saying.
But we have peddler licenses,
Well, we
permit
do.
on the books.
Yes,
We
And
do.
they've been there for a long
I
time.
get it. I hear you. I understand it.
Okay.
All
Anybody
I'm
else wanna
saying
make
is,
a comment?
I'm not, please. I just want to make it clear that I'm going to support this because I think it's in the Enterprise Center. It's not down around our restaurants. It's an opportunity for, you know, a business to come into town, and you know, I just don't see I don't see the problem. You know, we will have the ability to regulate it with the ordinance that Peter's going to give to us at some point. We'll be able to set restrictions down the road. So.
We have restrictions now though too.
Well-
Councilor Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I agree with Councilman Lombardi. As long as we're staying out of the restaurant area, we're not competing with those folks who have the brick and mortar, who are full-time business people in the area. And the idea that this is going to be changed or clarified shortly, and then we'll know how we can move forward at that point. But as of right now, it sounds like you're providing a service that other people in the town are not providing. And I am pro-business, so I'm going to support this.
Vice President, do you want to make another comment?
So if that's the case, why don't we wait to approve any of these potentially until we get the proper language?
It's at the discretion of the council. You could approve it
'Cause it seems
until the new ordinance
Yeah.
goes into effect, and
Right.
with the condition that they would have to reapply
Yeah.
at that point in time. And if you certainly would have the ability to limit it to the location that's been requested in the interim.
I'm just
so that
concerned
it's
because
not-
one of the things that came out of John's presentation was, for now. You're gonna be in the Enterprise Park? For now, he says. Is that the only place you're gonna be? For now?
You
Well, I-
certainly have the ability to limit any license to that one location, and then require the applicants to reapply once the new ordinance is on the books.
Yeah, and you make it sound like, you know, it's all residents that live there, that work there. That's not the case at all.
Mr. President?
Okay.
So I just want to point out that the permit, the license that Mr. Boxer is applying for today, if I'm reading this right, Madam Clerk, expires April 30th, 2020.
Correct.
So this is, you know, like a 60 or 90-day thing at this particular juncture. So I think that to let him be in compliance and run his business so that we can be small business friendly, we maybe consider for the next couple of months approving this and then bringing it back up for discussion and seeing where the new state mandates go. I guess I was gonna say, maybe can we approve something like this with condition, but there is already a condition on it. He is in one location. And I'd say this is pretty restrictive and very clear. I don't know how he could, you know, your concerns. I think they've been covered by the verbiage here.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, please.
Council Santos.
I know you're saying that you have nothing to do with the trucks, correct?
Or represent the owners of the trucks, but I'm not on the trucks, that's correct.
Okay, you're not on the trucks. Who from the industrial park contacted you folks? What organization, what company, what law firm, or who contacted
So
LaForge?
the business development folks in my organization reached out to them to see if this is a service that they would appreciate on their property to service their tenants.
Even though there's a restaurant down the street, just a little ways down?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We've talked about it long enough.
Okay.
Just in closing, I'm gonna say I'm not supporting it. I don't think you do,
Do you not support it because?
I'm not gonna support it because I think you take away from businesses in Middletown.
Right, that was my question. So if this was a Middletown company, you would support
I
it?
don't think we should be getting into hypotheticals here. There's applications in front of the
Yeah, the
council
application's
that
there.
we're
You've been
dealing
obviously
with.
down there for quite a while.
Well, I'm not arguing. I would like to explore, you know, the food truck ordinance as you develop it.
Okay.
Because it's
Well,
interesting.
you'll have that opportunity.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I'm not sure how the vote's gonna go.
Okay.
You probably have a better feel sitting there than I do. But I'm certainly not gonna support it because I wanna give every opportunity to a Middletown business to succeed and grow than I do somebody that's gonna do a drive-by truck. And I don't mean that facetiously, I mean that just openly and honestly. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to grant this license. Please signify by raising your hand. Aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
In favor. Four-
Favor? Okay, you got your license.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Item number 14, application of Amano LLC, DBA, Amano Pizza and Gelato, 181 for a peddler's license for the 2019-2020 licensing year.
Motion to grant said license.
Okay, a motion and a second to grant. Any conversation? Yes, we have to vote on them though, individually.
You,
We have a motion and a second to grant. All in favor, signify by raising your hand.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Item number 15, application of Blount Fine Foods Corporation, DBA Blount Fine Foods, 630 Current Road, Fall River, Massachusetts, for peddler's license for the 2019-2020 licensing year. This is new.
Motion to grant said license.
second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second to grant. Conversation.
Question. So, now this one does not have a particular address where they park. So what does that mean that they can do, please?
They can they can attend special events. For example, I believe they've been invited this weekend to in a few weeks to the polo on the beach. So they could go to that type of thing. So it's special events only.
So it's only special events, they cannot
There's
come
no
down and park
location.
wherever they
No,
want to?
they would have
and
to request permission to do so, right?
Question.
Councilor Toronto.
Would they have to come in each time and get permission to go to a particular special event?
Until the ordinance changes.
Until the new
yes,
ordinance
they would.
changes, yes.
They would.
Yes.
Right, so we could control where they kind of go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just so we can.
I like that.
Any further conversation? We have a motion and a second to grant. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item number 16, application of Barnaby Quinn, DBA LeBlanc Secure, 696 Quinnick Avenue, for Victory House license for the 2019-2020 licensing year.
Motion to grant said license, subject to building official, fire marshal, and Board of Health approvals.
Second?
Okay, motion and second. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 17, application of Rhode Island Social Skills Academy for a one-day, Friday, May 1, 2020, from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. bingo license to be held at the Knights of Columbus, 7 Valley Road, Middletown, Applicant respectfully requests fees to be waived.
Motion to grant said license and waive said fee.
Second?
A motion and a second. Any conversation?
I have a question.
Counselor Toronto.
Is there gonna be a food truck there?
Only if you approve one.
You got one? No.
Okay, we have a motion and a
just checking.
second. Any further conversation? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, ordinances. Number 18, an ordinance to the Town of Middletown, this is the second reading. An ordinance and amendment to the Town Code of the Town of Middletown. Title I, General Provisions, Chapter 10, General Provisions, Title III, Administration, Chapter 38, Municipal Court, Title IX, General Regulations, Chapters 91A, Fire Alarm Users, and 93, Harbor Rules and Regulations, Title IX, Business Regulations, Chapters 111, Alcohol Beverages, 113, Food Service, 115, Peddlers, Vendors, Solicitors, Junk Stores, 116, Body Work Services, and 117, Adult-Orientated Businesses. See attached ordinance.
Motion to adopt said ordinance on its second reading.
Second?
Motion is second to adopt. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Other applications. Number 19, Communication of St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee, RE, request for support by placing an ad in the parade bulletin or donating to the parade committee.
Motion to receive said communication and approve a half-page ad at a cost of $140 in the St. Patrick's Day Parade booklet to be appropriated from the council president's discretionary fund.
Second?
Have motion is second. Any conversation?
I do.
Councilor Toronto.
So this is an ad the town's gonna run in support? What's this ad gonna say? Is it
The
just
town.
from the town?
Town council.
Can we say something like keep
Town council.
the island clean,
want
put
Woodsy
Woodsy
on
in
there?
there or something? Yeah,
Woodsy.
Woodsy be
Put
nice
your
in there.
Woodsy on
Yeah,
it.
give a
Woodsy hanging out
pick
on
up
the
after the,
front.
pick up after the parade. I mean, come on, give a hoot.
Mr. President?
Do you have a suggestion for the ad?
Not tonight, I don't,
Okay.
sorry.
All right. Councilor Flynn.
Counselor Toronto, in the docket, actually, there's a copy that they submitted, which is what they did last year. It's, I know you can't see it from way down there. That's
Uh-huh.
what it looks like, okay?
Yeah.
It's the town council.
Yeah, Woodsy be much better.
It's the town council.
We don't need our pictures
We
in
can
there.
Photoshop out one head, put Woodsy's head on it. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Item number 20, memorandum from Paul A. Kraus, Chairman, Planning Board, with enclosures proposed amendments to the rules and regulations regarding the subdivision and development of land, sections 504 and section 603, and Appendix B regarding street pavement within dead-end streets, and sections 405, 406, and 407 regarding required timeframes for subdivisions and development application reviews.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
And motion is second to receive. Any conversation?
Yes.
We have the chairman here tonight.
Yeah.
Vice President.
So, Ron or Paul, I have some questions about this.
Come on up, Ron.
So, why are we looking to change the width of a street?
So this is just dealing with new streets involved with subdivision developments. And what we found, what the planning board has found in recent years is that most subdivision applications come in requesting a reduction in width in order to limit the amount of pavement, reducing the amount of stormwater treatment that's needed. So the board has typically been asked to consider waiving the current standard, which is 26 feet wide, and allowing something less than 26 feet. That goes through the standard review process, the technical review committee, the town staff reviews it. There haven't been issues with those reduced widths, assuming that they meet the minimum for fire access. And this happens on a fairly regular basis, so the concern or the I guess the suggestion is to loosen, for lack of a better word, the regulation somewhat, reduce that minimum from 26 down to 22, recognizing that they're seeing this request on an ongoing basis.
So request from who, the developer?
The developer. And
So
the board,
when you say that, the first thing comes to my mind, the only thing they want to reduce is their cost.
it does reduce cost, but the benefit that the planning board recognizes when they're considering these requests is the reduction in the amount of pavement and the impact on stormwater treatment. And there's also a reduction in the long term, as you're looking at the town having to maintain those roads, and a reduction in the amount of pavement that has to be maintained over the years.
It just strikes me as odd, all these years we've had this standard, and all of a sudden, developers want to reduce it. It's a money thing, that's all it is to me.
Yeah.
I mean, how much runoff are we talking about? The difference in runoff, has anybody looked at that, or is that just something they're throwing out there?
No,
and
it's,
hoping
it's,
it
it's,
sticks?
I don't have the numbers, off the top of my head, but it is, it can be a significant amount of runoff that results depending on the difference in the width of the pavement. When you're talking about, a couple 100-foot road, that does add up.
Mr. President?
So,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done. My apologies, Councilor Rodrick.
so no need to apologize, Terry, but, and then there was something in there about cul-de-sacs and Ts instead of a cul-de-sac. And that struck me as a little odd because, and it's not a conspiracy theory. Just kidding, Rick. So, there's always been I know when they wanted to develop the property across from my house, years back before the recession hit, the late Frank Pimentel, he got approval from zoning or planning, whoever it was, to put in 6 houses over there, right?
Right, yeah.
So we were giving him, the boards allowed him driveway frontage to be able to get to the back houses, which I think is wrong. I stood away from it because of my position on the council. But I think it's wrong, okay? And the reason is that, if you get 5 vehicles in there, how are they turning around? And that struck me the same way with reducing these cul-de-sacs and reducing these Ts potentially. We're always talking safety and Sean's a public safety officer and safety this and safety that, which is great. It should be at the forefront. But then it just struck me as this with the reduction of this stuff. And, and now as we go to more potential bike lanes on some roads, I know this is newer development, I get it.
Right.
But these are all things that crossed my mind when I was reading this.
Yeah, so regarding that, the issue of fire access and the ability to turn around and that sort of thing, the fire department was involved in the review of these proposed regulations throughout the drafting process, and ultimately they signed off on the draft that's before you now. So that's all I can say to that is they felt that there was adequate access with the proposed amendments that are in the regulations.
And then I think, Ron, when we ran into the issue up on with the Del Rosses and that neighborhood with the parking tickets that were given out up on what's off of Ashurst?
Crescent?
No. Kent. Thank you. Where the driveways aren't as big, and as these families grow, and additional family members come about, they get their licenses. Now we have these cars parked on narrower streets.
Yep.
So these are just things that cross. I don't know if those things were considered. Those are things we hear. We don't see everything and hear everything that comes before those boards, but.
Yeah, as far as parking goes, that was discussed, and the feeling was that going from 26 to 22, even at a 26-foot wide paved road, there isn't enough width to have 2 travel lanes and also a parking lane. So the feeling was you're not losing on-street parking because under the current regulation, you're not having the width required to do an on-street parking lane anyway.
No, but you're losing 2 feet on each side, right?
Right, yeah. So
That's
you
4
are,
feet.
no.
That's half the width of a vehicle.
I see that. So, yeah, you're losing the ability to use the grass or the shoulder to park with less pavement, correct?
Okay. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I just have all these things going through my mind about it, that's all. And so, it's great that they give these recommendations, but I just want to make sure that at least, and maybe these things are brought up, I don't know, but I don't see them brought up here. All I see is what they want to do.
Right, yeah.
What the recommendation is.
There were several meetings, and as I said, town staff was consulted.
Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually did take some notes. So, Ron, your memo that you submitted states, or that the chairman submitted, states that you're proposing to reduce from 26 to 22 to reduce the impacts, including stormwater runoff, and development costs. So it's right in the memo that you sent. And no doubt, those are primary motivators for the applicant to make those requests to the planning board, which I know are almost every time. I know that. So when I was on the planning board, I actually did state my opposition to making narrow roads the standard. I think that that is not a good course to make it by right. So residents on Paradise Avenue will tell you that, you know, if someone's in a hurry, a narrower road is not going to slow them down. I hear it all summer long. I've heard from pedestrians, dog walkers, bikers who've nearly lost their lives due to the speeders on narrow roads. So do we need narrow roads? No, maybe we need wider roads, actually. For stormwater, you know, maybe instead of narrowing the road, we consider making the 2 feet on either side or the 4 feet on either side permeable pavement or something that would help the stormwater issue in the new developments. Most important is, when I was on the planning board, my statement was that I wouldn't support narrow roads without a review of the parking requirements. Because our parking requirements right now, which are in section 1304, thank you for providing them, Ron, is that residential dwellings are only required to have 2 spaces, to sort of take off on what you were saying, Councilor Rodrigues. You know, these days, a lot of single people have 2 cars. 2 spaces is archaic. For this is a residential dwelling, like a whole home, 2 spaces. You know, that's something that needs to be reviewed and revised to current standards. Now maybe, you know, in another 10, 20 years, everyone will be Ubering or something else, but I just don't think that we have enough parking now off-street that's required. So I know that the, you know, until drones are the mainstream of delivery, we have a delivery truck issue also on these small roads. I live on a 20-foot wide road. And let me tell you, at Christmas time, almost every time now, because home deliveries are daily, it's a hazard. You can't get by. They are blocking, as you say, that's not wide enough for 2 lanes, you know, a 20-foot road, 22-foot road. So, and that is that is standard today. So, you know, the fire department says it's adequate. You know, that may be if there was no one on the road, but that is not typically the case. The minute that dwelling that has 2 required parking spaces has anybody over to visit, they're sunk, typically. As their children get older, they get cars because they need transportation to school and work, etc. So I'm just not supportive of a by right narrower road. You want to look at it on case by case and approve it, but I think that it's not a good direction to go given safety, given the trends today of home deliveries. I think that we need new parking regulations, off-street parking regulations, and wider roads.
Councilor Lombardi.
So, Ron, just a suggestion. As Councilor Roderick and I were just quickly discussing, when we get these recommendations, we just get the recommendation. Maybe I would think that when you send these forward to us, Paul, that you maybe come up with a checklist. It doesn't have to be say anything other than fire approval, police approval. You know, that you've gone to Public Works and you've taken into consideration, so that, you know, when we have these concerns, it was a concern of mine too. When I thought about fire apparatus and thing, it did kind of stick out to me when I looked at it. So maybe as you go through this process and you put the whole synopsis together for us and the ordinance, that you include something that shows that the town departments were consulted and that it passed muster with the police for parking and fire for emergency apparatus and things like that. It would be really helpful to us to have a little bit more information. That's all. Thank you, by the way.
Okay, we have a motion second to receive. Any further conversation?
Actually, I did miss one part of my notes. May I add one last thing?
You certainly may.
Thank you. So I remember when this first came up at the planning board while I was still volunteering there, that I actually did a little research online about, you know, when to consider narrower roads and what the studies had been done. And, you know, there are studies that show, you know, reduced speeds, you know, and that sort of thing. But as I looked into the studies, a lot of those studies were based on roads that were already 30 feet wide, and they were looking at reducing them. So, you know, again, if it's something that wants to be considered, for me, I would actually even want to see those studies that are in line with, a community like ours with road widths, down into the 20s. So a little bit more evidentiary, attachments might also be good.
Okay. We have a motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion to approve said proposed amendments to the rules and regulations regarding the subdivision and development of land, sections 504, section 603 and appendix B regarding street pavement width and dead-end streets, and sections 405, 406, 407 regarding required timeframes for subdivisions and development application reviews.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further conversation? All in favor signify by raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed?
Failed? Okay. All right, item number 21. Communication of Paul A. Crouchy, Chairman, Middletown Planning Board, with enclosures, proposed amendments to the rules and regulations regarding the subdivision and development of land, section 521.1.E, infrastructure to require litter and trash management and bicycle racks on commercial properties as part of the development plan review process.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
I have a motion second to receive. Any conversation?
Question can I go? Is that it?
Go right ahead. You look
I
like
need-
you're very hyper tonight, more than normal.
I need to
Yeah,
get
go
in
right
when the window is open.
Go right ahead.
And I need,
Go ahead.
I might be jumping. So just give me a nod, Mr. President.
No,
when
go
you're
right
ready
ahead.
for me to go.
Go right ahead.
So, Ron, this next one, is it for new developments only? Or is this gonna be a standard for the town?
This would be in the regulation, so it applies to new developments.
And to everybody else?
No,
Just to new developments?
correct.
This came up as a question when we adopted the new litter ordinance, and we talked about trying to make sure that commercial properties had proper trash receptacles, so they weren't generating trash that would then go on to other properties or on the street. And Ron and the planning department determined that it would make sense as part of that effort to make sure that when we're reviewing new commercial developments, that they had proper receptacles for trash and other things on the front end.
So when I read this first bullet point, and maybe it's a comma issue, it says litter receptacles and litter control plans for new commercial, comma, multifamily residential, comma, and mixed-use developments, which led me to look up what exactly is a multifamily residential. And according to the definitions, if I read it right, it's 3 units or more. So that's not a commercial multifamily residential, it's simply a multifamily residential?
But it's a development that would be required to go through the development plan review process. So the idea is new developments going through development plan review the planning board would be looking at these items to make sure that there's adequate receptacles
Part
or
of the
provisions for
process.
trash. Just making it part of the standard process
Even
going
if it's
forward.
somebody who's building a 3-family for them and their children?
Yes, it would have to go through the development plan review process, so this would be something that would be considered as part of that. Because that 3-family or 4-family or 5-family residential structure, at some point in the future, might not be owned by the same family. It might be rented out to tenants. And so, once again, the idea is to try to make sure that new developments in town are not generating trash. This was in response to the concern that the council had expressed about litter throughout the town.
Or it could be owned by the same family.
Could be.
And subleased out during certain times of the year.
Certainly.
Okay.
So I guess so would a family who wanted to build a 3-family for their family, extended family, I just heard of this happening for a family. They sold 2 of their houses, they're building 1 home with different units in it so that they can pool their resources, so to speak, because the cost of living is extraordinary. So would that fall under this?
If it's a project that is required to go through development plan review in accordance with the town's development regulations, then yes, it would have to comply with those standards.
And would a residential owner occupied 3-family fall into that category?
If it's a multifamily development, I believe in most cases that requires a special use permit and also requires development plan review, so I believe so.
Whether it's commercial or owner occupied?
Well, it would be considered commercial. I think that the town considers 3 units or more as a commercial use.
Well, they consider 3 units or more, a multifamily dwelling structure. I don't know if they would consider it commercial. So I guess I would be happier if we added the word commercial in front of multifamily residential.
I'm not sure that that's a,
Is that possible?
we'd have to create a new definition, because I don't really know what that means, by just adding that word in there, so.
So,
I would just point out, just on this multifamily residential, the other thing that we run into is these small dumpsters that move all around people's properties. It is better, I think, when it's being developed, to have a plan for how they're gonna collect, you know, garbage on the property. Because I think inevitably what happens is we end up sort of with this moving dumpster at some point in time, as, you know, if people are doing it because they're trying to consolidate expenses, they're gonna consolidate to a small dumpster, which then, you know, creates its own issues, not only from an aesthetic standpoint that affects the neighbors, but also we get into the coyotes and all the other different things that we spend 80% of our time chasing at town hall, so.
I don't necessarily.
Trying to exclude it, I think, would be a mistake.
Well, I don't argue with you, but, you know, further on in the literature, you've also got those same units providing decorative receptacles, waste management and litter control, and bike racks.
But you could also, someone going through that development plan review process, for example, if it doesn't make sense to require, I mean, you know, you've got a small multifamily development versus a mixed-use shopping center. It may not make sense to put a bike rack in, and they'd be able to request a waiver from that requirement, and the planning board is allowed to grant a waiver if it doesn't make sense for that particular sort of development. You could have a multifamily development that has 8 units, in which those requirements might make sense.
It just doesn't make sense to me, myself, to put in a regulation or an ordinance or whatever this falls under that there can be exceptions to right off the bat. Why wouldn't you accommodate those now, knowing them?
Potential checklist, that's what I saw it as. Going down a checklist, weigh in who it's for, what the circumstances are, whether we issue it or don't issue it.
Well, the planning board does that on a case-by-case basis with any commercial development that goes through the development plan review process. Commercial meaning also multifamily residential. And if there is a particular regulation that doesn't make sense, it's not appropriate or applicable to a particular situation, the planning board, as you know, has granted waivers when necessary.
Vice President?
so, I mean, I'm good with when you say receptacle, I guess that's, I need a definition.
Trash can.
Trash can. Okay, that's what I thought, because he started talking about moving or flying dumpsters or something. I mean, I don't know.
Well, sometimes you do see small dumpsters as well.
So, and I'm okay with I like the idea to control trash with commercial, but I don't like the idea of trash make a multifamily put a receptacle out there. We as a town took away all the trash cans at the beaches and other public places so that people would take their trash with them, but then we're gonna require certain people to have receptacles, residential receptacles. That makes no sense to me. I agree absolutely agree with the commercial part, no doubt about it, especially what's going on in some of the areas over here in the valley and trash going all over the place, but A receptacle, I agree with Terry, I think a receptacle for a residential is, you're not talking about a dumpster, Sean, you're talking about residential, a receptacle. That's why I wanted to clear that up. When the town itself takes all the trash things out of the beach and everywhere else and makes people take their garbage with them. But we're gonna require people to do that, doesn't make sense to me.
Councilor Lombardi?
So, as I see this, and I hear what Councilor Flynn is saying about the best intention of a residential, multi-family dwelling, being all the best intentions at that point, and in the family type of a thing. That may not be forever, first of all, and it could change, and it could become commercial, as we're gonna be looking possibly down the road at short-term rentals and the commercial entity piece of it. I think you need that safety valve, no, Peter?
I was going to offer a potential suggestion here, just to move this along, is that under this, at least property taxes, over 5 units is classified as commercial.
Right.
So if it made the council more comfortable, you could say multifamily residential of over 5 units would be required to deal with these
That sounds
trash
reasonable
issues.
to me.
But it's up to,
I just want to see that when somebody develops it and with one intention, and then down the road sells it, and something else happens, and the quality of life in our neighborhoods and and everything else we're talking about, the residual unintended consequences, I think we need to kind of cover our bases, number one. And number two, our planning board's putting a lot of time and effort into this stuff. And, we're constantly kicking back stuff at them. I don't know, it's gotta be frustrating for them, and they got a lot on their plate. So I think we need to accommodate and figure out how we're gonna move this stuff forward. We're gonna hear about rejecting this stuff down the road. And we constantly put these people in there for hours and hours in meetings and, planning and everything else, and then all of a sudden, it gets in front of us, and it gets stuck in the trash bin, for lack of a better way to put it. Receptacle. Moving
Mr. President?
dumpster.
Okay, I saw this when I looked at this, and I don't know, maybe I looked at it different than some of you did. I looked at this as a checklist process, going down to it. And I have all the faith in the committees that we have, especially the planning board, that they're gonna make the right decisions on these. And I'll tell you something, just because it's less than a 5-unit, it doesn't mean it's gonna end up not being a commercial piece of property. We've seen that time and time again. People come in, I want to develop this, it's for my family, my in-laws are gonna move in. 6 months later on, it's a party house in the summertime. So, I like this, I'm gonna support this, and I think it's a checklist. We charge these committees with doing a job, and now we sit up here in a matter of 10 minutes and wanna critique what they spent hours and hours and hours doing. And I don't think it's right.
Mr. President, could I respond?
Councilor Flynn, you have trouble letting me finish my comments, don't you? In all honesty.
Barbara spoke first.
Okay.
I'm
Okay, so I have
following the
trouble,
lead.
I have trouble in 10 minutes critiquing something that they took a lot of hours putting in front of us. And I say that for this reason, is that anyone can come in and say, I'm gonna use this is not gonna be rented out, this is gonna be this, and this is gonna be that. As far as I'm concerned, anytime you have 2 apartments or more in any location, the potential is there to rent it out. And the potential is there with 1 apartment to rent it out. We're worrying about chasing Airbnb around and finding out how many rentals we have. We'll never catch them at this rate, never catch them at this rate. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to throw in there that no one is questioning the effort of the planning board, the zoning board, whatever board or commission is out there working. And believe me, our planning board is well overworked. I was there for 2 years. I totally get it. But I also get that that's only 7 pairs of eyes and brains with their own specific profile and experience looking at something. That's why it comes through another screen. That's why we have public hearings. So it's okay to question. It's actually appropriate to question and make sure it's something that's going to work for the residents in our town. On the aside, right now, on the planning board are two people that live on the same street. You're not gonna get much diversity of input when you've got two, sevenths of your group of a similar profile. So, and yes, things change. You bought it for your family, you sold it, somebody's gonna be making it now a business instead of a residence. That's why you have ordinances. It gets reported, and they get to get into compliance. It makes it very hard to enforce an ordinance. Enforcement has been one of the biggest buzzwords in this town. You make it very difficult when you have an ordinance that is not tight. If you, from the outset, if you cover the scenarios that a group of 7 and then another group of 7 in public hearings can think of to, that it might apply to or not apply well to, you cover that, you address it in the ordinance from the get-go. You make your ordinances much easier to enforce without forcing our residents into planning board and zoning board meetings to defend themselves.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Flynn. Anybody else? Councilor Toronto?
Thank you. When I read this, I was pretty excited because I think it's addressing the litter issue again. I know I'm a broken record with this, but I've been driving around town and we go to different places and shopping malls and they don't have the appropriate trash receptacles, and they can't maintain the trash burden, and it builds up, and then we got to police it and have it done. So if we can build things into our ordinances saying you need to have appropriate trash removal facilities, then I think it's a good thing. Now, where it falls, if it's a 3-unit or a 5-unit, isn't that something we can manage to? So if we said it was 5, and we found out people were building all these 3 units and they're not maintaining their we could change it to 3. Could start at 5 and then go to 3. Is that fair?
If that's what you want to do, sure.
We could, right? So whatever we put in place, we can go back and change if it's not working.
Sure.
Right? So I agree. These folks put a lot of hard work into pulling this information together, and if we can move it forward, I guarantee you we didn't get it right. No disrespect. Okay?
Okay,
It's not gonna
what
be
we're gonna
perfect.
do is, we're gonna move this along a little bit. We have a motion second to receive this. All in favor?
Aye.
Now, we have a motion to approve. Okay, so if you want to read the motion to approve, then we'll have another conversation, because I know it's going to start all over again with the same item.
Mr. President, I could
No,
quicken
no.
it, I could make it quicker.
No, you're going to listen, okay?
Okay, so motion to approve said proposed amendments to the rules and regulations regarding the subdivision and development of land, section 521.1E, infrastructure, to require litter and trash management and bicycle racks on commercial properties as part of the development plan review process.
Second?
Okay, we have motion second. Conversation, Councilor Flynn.
So I was just going to suggest that we alter or amend the motion to perhaps embrace what the solicitor suggested to be 5 units or more, so that it's probably doubtful you're going to have a purely residential 5-unit structure. And then I would certainly support this, and I think that would close the hole for those who are not commercial, truly not commercial.
Mr. President?
Are you making that in the form of a motion?
Can
To
I do
amend-
that if there's a motion on the
amend
floor?
this?
Yes. Can I do that?
Go right ahead.
So I just want to make sure I've got it right, Mr. Regan, that the suggestion was to add to the motion that it only applies to multifamily residential of 5 units or more.
If that's the motion you want to make, then that's, yeah.
Was that the suggestion? I
To
just want to make
amend.
sure I got the
To consider,
suggestion
yes,
right.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
Does-
yes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask if Paul had an opinion on this.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Paul Croce, 130 Tuckerman. As far as the residential issue is concerned, I am confident the planning board can handle that in the waiver process. We're not dummies on the planning board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second for Council Flynn's amended motion? Hearing none, motion fails.
Mr. President,
Councilor Santos.
with all these different rules and regulations that the planning board has come forth with tonight, I have one simple question, only one question, and I'm not gonna continue. Who's going to police all these changes? Who in the town is employed that's going to police all this?
The zoning enforcement officer.
Zoning enforcement officer. He's gonna go out and,
He's responsible for enforcing the regulations for projects that receive zoning approval.
and how does he go about doing that?
I don't know, the administrator can probably answer
Okay, I'm
that.
sorry, it's more than one question.
No, go ahead, Councilor Santos. This is an open mic tonight again.
Well, time is getting close to 10:30. Mr. Brown, could you answer that for me, please?
I believe it's been answered, the zoning enforcement officer,
And who is that, please?
Steve, what's Steve's last name? Hutzel. Steve Hutzel.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Mr. President?
Councilor Flynn.
I just want to respond to Mr. Croce's comment, is that it's not an issue as to how intelligent or how the planning board assesses it. I'm trying to lighten your agenda. If you put in there right from the get-go that it doesn't apply to certain people whom it wouldn't, by the mere nature of profile of what you're proposing, apply to, with the bike racks and the waste management plan and whatnot, then they don't even have to come to you or spend money on an attorney. I'm trying to protect the few residents that this might overlap and not be appropriate for right from the get-go.
Those projects already have to go through the development plan review process. This would just be as, it's adding to the checklist of items they have to comply with, but they're already going through the development plan review process.
Okay, another question? Go ahead. Another question? Okay, we have a motion to approve the said proposed amendments. All in favor signify by raising your hand. Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, the chairman got in my ear a second ago regarding item 20 and is requesting a reconsideration of the second part of item 20 relative to the timeframes for planning board review of applications. That's totally separate from the issue of the street width. It was included in the same package that came forward to you for item 20. However, it's not related to street width. It's strictly timeframes for planning board review and approval of applications, and the goal is to have our regulations reference state law rather than having to amend the regulations every time the state law changes, which is what we've run into quite frequently recently. The solicitors reviewed that proposal from the planning board, and as I said, the chairman's requesting that you reconsider that.
Mr. Solicitor.
Yeah, so that is simply to, frankly, every time the state legislature changes the timeframes for projects that go through development plan review and subdivision, which is almost on an annual basis, we're just going to reference the state law in the ordinance, and if the state law changes, the ordinance is changed automatically. It's less stuff that has to come to the council for review.
Makes sense.
So my recommendation would be, if you're amenable to make a motion to reconsider that previous vote, and they can make a motion to approve that second half of those amendments, dealing only with the timeframes of the approval process.
Okay, so we're going to go back to
So-
item number 20.
Leave the roads and the dead ends and the with road widths out of it, simply just the timeframes.
Okay, so
So
we're going
the-
to go back to item number 20.
And can I just clarify that, so the motion would just be, instead of all three elements
Okay,
of
it
what
would be
was
a motion
submitted?
it would be a motion to reconsider the previous vote. If that passes, then the previous vote is in front of you, then someone can make a motion to amend that motion to simply approve the changes in the timeframe.
So it would be an amended motion after the reconsideration.
Correct.
Mr. Solicitor.
Yes, sir.
Having lived through a number of motions to reconsider in my
Yes.
years up here,
Yes.
Doesn't it have to be at the next council meeting?
No, it
cannot
has to be,
at this-
it has to be by the next
I
council
just,
meeting.
I just went back and read it, it can be in the same session.
Can be during
Okay.
the same session, just can't be, it has to be by the
Alright.
next meeting.
So we took 2 steps forward, now we'll go 1 step back
One step
again.
back, absolutely.
Good. Excellent. Okay, let me make the motion to reconsider. Item number 4, item number 20.
Second.
Motion and a second to reconsider. All in favor?
No, we're not reconsidering the whole thing.
No, but you just, the motion to reconsider just puts you back to
We
where
gotta
you
do
can
the
then
motion
change
to
the
get
original
back
motion.
to
Okay.
changing it
Get back
again.
to
Okay.
step one.
Sorry.
Okay, so now we'll do it again. We have a
No.
motion and a second to reconsider. All in favor?
Aye.
Now,
Now, a motion to amend the motion, a current motion,
you got that?
to approve only those amendments dealing with the approval process timeframes.
And that would be in sections
We don't
405,
need that.
406, and
We
407.
could just reference it. Vice President, you get that?
Yeah, motion to amend the motion and only approve sections 405, 406, 407 regarding required timeframes for subdivision and development application reviews.
Second.
Okay, any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Now you have, so now that the motion has been amended, a motion to approve the motion as amended.
Yes.
Okay, motion to approve the motion as amended?
Second.
Motion to approve the motion as amended. Any further conversation? It's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I got motion sickness.
Item number 22. How's this looking before we got to go back? Item 22, all set?
I'll say.
Okay. Communication, Paul Croce, Chairman, Middletown Planning Board, with enclosures, proposed amendments to the rules and regulations regarding the subdivision and development of land by adding new section 522, fire protection, to promote enhanced fire protection measures for the new development.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Have
Second.
a motion second to receive, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So this amendment has to do with adding, or proposes adding a new section to the regulations, proposed section 522, fire protection. And there are, I guess, 3 main sections of the proposed requirements. First would be requiring the installation of fire hydrants for new developments, including subdivisions and commercial developments where public water is available. The second part, item B, is regarding cisterns, and it would require the installation of fire protection water cisterns be installed for any developments, subdivisions, or commercial developments where there is not public water available. And then the third part is item C, section C rather, residential fire sprinklers, which would be offering incentives to installation of residential fire sprinklers where the builder or developer is willing to install fire sprinklers. The chairman and vice chair are here. They have some expertise and interest in this particular topic, so I will probably turn over any questions to them that you might have on this issue. But I'll try to
Okay,
get.
I have one. I'm sure there's going to be other questions too. The sprinkler systems. Now, what about the areas that doesn't have water? Could it be chemical fire suppression systems?
Here we go.
They require a water tank to be installed, it's just regular water. It's not a chemical system.
Okay. All right. I know there's going to be some questions. Okay. Vice President, go ahead.
So Paul, I called Ron about this the other day because when I saw it on the docket, I wasn't clear on it. So he did a great job explaining it. And I think specifically a lot of this is probably geared toward the east side, I would imagine, without water there.
Actually, sprinklers are good even when public water is supplied.
Right, but I'm just saying that, that's at least what crossed my mind. With the cisterns and stuff, so.
Yeah, that's what's driving it, yes.
Yep, okay. So the first bullet point is require installation of fire hydrants where public water is available. So is this is only on new developments, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, for example, I don't know if we can talk about one or not, I don't know what the status is of it. There's one down the street from me on Prospect Avenue. So it was the old, where they used to play polo, Francis Nunes used to grow corn there and all that. And you and I, Ron, had talked about this in the past with the water. So I know the water is, the closest water to them is in one or two spots. It's down either on Gunning or Walcott, where they'd have to come all the way up, and that's a lot, right? Or, the conversation you and I had was, let them get an easement from top of the Tony Lynn Terrace back there. Let them work with the property owner if they want that, and pay for an easement to develop that, right? So that was thought that I had. Second thought I had, and I talked about it earlier, was the piece of property across the street from me, and I said it stated early in 2000, before the Great Recession, was a proof of those 6 houses. And the board did not, the water was right there, either on Gunning or Walcott, was not making them bring up water. Again, I stood away from it because I think at the time I was I think I was the council president at the time, so I stood away from it, which I thought was wrong. Because then not only here's an opportunity, so I'm glad to see this in place. This is what would cure something like that, right? Or no?
It would cure the problem for the cisterns. Having the cisterns would cure the problem of not having any water. It would assist in those situations where there is no public water. Is that what you're asking?
No, so I guess.
It's not gonna.
I guess I'm confusing myself. So in this particular spot where there's no water, but the water is probably 300 feet down the street, where the planning board did not require them to bring the water up for non-conforming uses, and which I thought was wrong. But anyway, that's that one particular one. But this is, you're saying just for existing fire hydrants that are there.
Where it's talking about requiring installation of fire hydrants, that's where there's public water.
Okay.
The hydrants have to be included in the development. So if, for example, if it
So
was
the town wouldn't have to pay for them?
right, if it was a commercial development, they have access to public water, they have to put a hydrant on the property. The issue you're talking about is separate from
Yes.
these things.
Yeah.
But we've talked about it in the past and the limitations, and I think Peter was probably just going to chime in. There are limitations.
I was going to say, I didn't want to talk about that specific development, since that is still before the town boards.
Okay.
On appeal, but yeah, so Ron is correct. This addresses a situation where if water is available, and the planning board is the one that makes that determination as to whether it's available. And if you look at the next section, it said, in the event the planning board, after careful deliberation and considering all relevant factors, resolves that water is not available, then it requires the cisterns. So that still is part of the process, and any development is determining what's available and what the developer is going to be required to do in terms of putting in new infrastructure.
I understand that, Pete, but that, and maybe I'm trying to group everything together, and I apologize for that, but in this particular instance where they were allowing, the board allowed, and that was their decision, and whatever it was, he decided not to do it because of the recession, but, you know, you're allowing that to happen without having them bring water up that's probably 300 to 500 feet away, and in the meantime, we're jamming these houses in there with no frontage, using a driveway as frontage. Now, if that same person came before you and said, hey, look, I want to do this again, now we're jamming these cisterns. You know what I mean? And I know it's a case-by-case basis. I just want to make sure that we're looking at everything, really, that's all. So,
The idea behind these is that any new development would either be required to provide hydrants or to provide cisterns.
So I ran into Billy in BJ's yesterday. And so, started talking about, hey, he's gonna be here tonight. We started talking about it a little bit. And so I'd like him to talk a little bit about the sprinklers, because I thought it would be required, and it's not. It's incentivized, and I think
Sure.
that's important to note.
Sure, thank you. Bill Nash, 73 Alston Ave. So that's exactly what it is, Paul. We're talking about hydrants, cisterns, or an alternative means of fire protecting a dwelling with a residential sprinkler system as an alternative. as an alternative to not have to put in the cistern in the house. So that's the idea of the incentivization of putting in a residential sprinkler. Giving a
So-
developer who's developing property an option
Yeah.
to do so.
So it would be one or the other, though?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So, having said that, what is the cost difference? Any idea, did we look at what costs? Because when we think of residents and make a decision, we're like, okay, do we want to burden this person? I get the fire protection thing.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious about cost for cistern versus sprinkler
So-
system. I'm sure it depends upon the size of the house and.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of variables that go into planning out a development of any given size, 25 lots, 25 houses, or 5 house lots. So you can imagine the cost will be different on those. Your average cistern is going to cost you $10,000 roughly or so. I can tell you that about 3 years ago, my own daughter built a home in Middletown on Cardoza Terrace, and they put in a residential sprinkler system. It was a 3,300 square foot house, a pump and a tank. There's no city water out there.
No.
So they installed a residential sprinkler system, again, about 3,300 square feet with a room above the garage, and it was about $5,300. So you can do the math on that. It's about $1x per square foot. So
Oh, that's not bad.
those are the things that we're trying to encourage people to look at alternative ways to gain better fire protection within their homes. It's about life safety. Regardless, her home is 3 minutes from the fire department, but 3 minutes matters, as we know. So that's what I do. Is part of what I do with work is advocate for life safety and fire protection in that regard. So. Again, we want to make it an incentive. I think if you read the ordinance, when we were discussing it at the planning board level, it was wanted to make it a viable incentive to do so, and not make it some far-reaching thing that can be done. We believe that it is relatively affordable to do so, as opposed to a cistern that might be in the ground. So we've offered it to a few. At this point, but again, it would only be incentive-based. It would.
Right. So, Bill, or Paul, or Ron, are the cisterns, what materials? I don't like putting things in the ground if we don't have to. So what type of material are we talking about going in the ground? Because, I know it's just water, but, you see, I think of old gas stations, they're digging them up and pulling out these tanks and plastic tanks, and so.
They're fiberglass today. Today's typical cistern is a fiberglass structure.
So, say my family decided we're gonna develop Greenwood Avenue, and we come before the board says, look, and this passes, and it says it's either, look, you guys either have to put a cistern in, or you have to have sprinklers in those houses. How many ever houses there are, whatever, 3 or 4, I don't know. We say, okay, now, across the street's the old Sylvia property, and God forbid there was ever a fire, they can tap into anybody's cistern, right? Is there right-of-ways? I mean,
There would be easements.
Easements?
Right.
That's what I want you to talk about.
Yeah, the fire department would have access to the cisterns. There would be easements to the benefit of the town, allowing access to the cisterns for the fire department.
And who would replenish the water?
The owners of the property, the way this is drafted, the owners of the property would be responsible for maintaining the cistern, filling the cistern, inspecting it on an annual basis.
See, I think that's wrong. That it's great that if they have an easement to use it, but you're gonna take all the water out, which is great to help the neighbor, right? But then at my cost, I have to refill it?
Why not the neighbor?
Why not the town? The town has it using it, it's their easement. I'm for it, I'm for one or the other, it's just, I wanna make sure that we're,
So Paul, if I could just, there are standards, national standards that are in place, and probably the fire department could speak closer to what the standard is for cisterns, and how large of a cistern it should be based on the number of homes going in. And the same thing goes for residential sprinklers. There are national standards that they would have to abide by and meet certain codes. It's an NFPA standard that they would be bound to design a 13-day plan. They'd be bound to design to, but certainly the cisterns have a standard, a national standard. The width of roads have a standard. You know, the 20-foot width of roadway that you talked about earlier that's a standard that we follow, and that's what we enforce. And then ultimately, I think it's incumbent upon whomever develops the property and whatever type of maintenance plan is in place, whether it's a cistern or septic systems, that's all governed by within the covenants of, or the documents of the homeowners association, and again, meeting certain standards and meeting certain maintenance plans, and you know, refilling a cistern, if you will, if it were to had to be used. Those are all governed by standards or designed in accordance with certain standards that are already in place all over the country. So we don't want to reinvent the wheel in that respect, in any respect.
But you know what I'm saying, I mean.
Yeah, I think within the ordinance or the regulation, there's probably some flexibility so that on a case-by-case basis, as we're drafting the actual easement documents, perhaps we can include language that if the fire department were to use the cistern to put out a fire on somebody else's property, that the property owners would not, in that case, be responsible for refilling it. I think we can work.
I mean, I'm all for it, it just doesn't make sense.
I don't know if the solicitor has an opinion, but I don't see
Yeah,
why
no,
we
I
couldn't.
agree. I mean, I think, and that's certainly something, I mean, we already have model documents for this. The subdivision that was approved up on Mitchell's Lane, even though this is not in effect, the developer voluntarily agreed to put in a cistern at the suggestion of the planning board. So we already have an agreement and an easement with the town, require them to maintain that, require them to inspect it, and those sorts of things.
Yeah, I just need to say, so I'm not a fan of cisterns. I'm a fan of residential sprinklers. I believe they save lives. Yes, they save property as well, but they are proven to save lives all over the country. So you know, when I'm up on the board, talking with developers and trying to negotiate with them, if you will, or trying to get them to concede in certain areas, you know, my planning board members will tell you that I'm always advocating for residential sprinklers, and I think we're getting a little bit of play on consideration of doing so, but in lieu of that, it's a cistern. So I'm doing my part to advocate for residential sprinklers, and I'm hoping to do some more education on it for people who don't know. Just the fact that I told you about my own daughter's house, you know, less than $2 a square foot to do so. Money well spent, and it's certainly a valid incentive. And, you know, we've made the proposal, the incentives to be manageable for the town and manageable for the people doing so. I think you'll see that.
I'd like to make an even stronger case for residential sprinklers. The people who developed the residential sprinkler worked for me when I was, before I retired, so I'm very familiar with the development of residential sprinklers. The way the standard is written, if the technical requirements of the standard are followed, tenable conditions are required to be maintained for 10 minutes in the room of origin. That is an amazing requirement. That is far superior than industrial sprinklers are required to do. So Bill mentioned that residential sprinklers save lives. They do. They also protect property. They also protect the environment. Studies have been done that show that there is far less contamination of the environment when residential sprinklers are used than with either standard sprinklers or hose streams, which the fire department uses. There are tests and studies that show this. This is documented now. So, by the way, I also want to mention that there are communities across the country that require residential sprinklers for new construction. The approach that we're taking is to use incentives, but it would be great if they were required as far as I'm concerned also.
I got you. Council Santos.
I'd like to ask the question of the three of you. In a development across the street from my house, by the way, I did get Ethics Commission permission to, okay? He was planning to build 6 homes. and there is a hydrant around the bend, around the corner. The planning board recommended that the developer connect to that hydrant. Would it not have been better if you recommended to have the house sprinklers?
I think sprinklers are the best approach, no matter where the hydrant is.
Part of the problem on that, Councilor Santos, is that the building code in Rhode Island does not require, and so the town is limited in what it can require. We can't change the state building code.
All right.
And so the approach here was to provide incentives if a developer were to put in residential sprinklers, so.
And if he doesn't take the planning board recommendation that you made that night, that the planning board made that night, what's his next alternative?
I think we're talking about a specific.
We can't talk
application.
about that.
Okay, I'll shut up.
Well, it's
Okay.
simple, though.
No, we can't talk about that.
Not
That's an
specifically,
ongoing
but-
case.
Not specifically, but the past practice has been put a cistern in. It's not in our regulations, so that's why we want to put it in. But we also want to put it in with alternatives. So now we're getting it into the ordinance, so they have to do something. And we've always
Okay.
steered them towards cisterns, but we're also now offering.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Lombardi?
So, first of all, I'm a huge fan of sprinklers. I think it's a great way to go. And if we can offer incentives, that would be even better down the road, whether it's a developer or somebody who's building a home like your daughter did, something of that nature. I'm reading this ordinance and I have some questions, and I see that it refers to the NFPA standards a few times here, and I know the acting fire chief's in the room, and maybe he can help me with an answer, Rob. So when I look at the size of a development, and I know I've talked to, I was talking to the fire chief from Somerset the other day, and they have new developments all over the place. They have no water, so they require cisterns. I should have asked him this question, I didn't. He told me that they absolutely get no pushback from the developers, that it's not that big of an expense, and they can pass it on anyway down the road, but it's not that big of a deal to them. They've never had any big pushback. But when you look at the size of a development, so what is the typical cistern hold gallon-wise? Do you know?
So when I was asked to give my opinion on this as well, that's what I looked at, was the code from NFPA. So that's gonna be based on kind of some benchmarks. The type of house that's being built, the type of construction, the size of the house is gonna dictate the size of the cistern that you're gonna be putting in. So as the houses would grow, you're basically gonna increase the size of the cistern. So the average of what we were looking at was between 10 and 12,000 gallon cistern. That was your typical development house, your 2-story wood frame, and that was the fire load. So what then they look at is, we're not so much trying to save the property that's on fire, but we're actually trying to save the properties that are next door. So that's the big difference between incentivizing sprinklers, is saying that if sprinklers are in the home, we're actually trying to protect that property. With a cistern, we're actually trying to protect surrounding properties.
I guess my
so
question,
that's the big thing with
I guess
that.
my question and where I'm going with this is, you're gonna build, whether it's 5 houses, 10 houses, you have 20 lots, whatever you have, where do you say you need more than one cistern? It's not in here. Is that an NFPA standard that says for 5 houses you need 1 cistern, for 10 houses you need 2?
So you have to have a sustained gallons per minute. So, like I said, the size of the house, you put all those calculations in, it's going to give you what you would need for the GPM. And then what we looked at with some of the other developments was the size of the development. So, when we get into the 20 houses in a development, the need to have maybe 2 cisterns in there to kind of, fix that situation. It gets into, basically, it's the size of the development, the size of the properties, taking that, putting it into the NFPA formula, and that's going to give you your gallons per minute.
That was where I was going is, I wanted to know that when we do this, that there's a standard, because it's not spelled out in here, other than the NFPA, that says so many houses, so many cisterns, so that we have adequate protection. I mean,
Yeah, and
It's
then
common sense, I guess, but.
there's a standard for the construction, location, you know, everything that has to go into a cistern. There's an NFPA standard for that, and I think that was the agreement that's the standard we would try to follow.
There's
in that-
NFPA standards for everything.
For everything.
Rob, how about the distance between?
So the distance between the cisterns? So that's another factor. What's that?
Another standard.
Yeah, another standard. So basically what we would look at then is, so to get the water out of a cistern, we have to draft from it. So you have to have a truck at the cistern to pull the water out of the tank. Then we have to overcome friction loss. So the distance between that truck and the truck that's actually pumping the fire. Anytime we get over 1,000 feet, we start to worry about relay pumping and having to put another pumper in that line to get the pressure to where we need it to be. So really, we kind of look at that 1,000 foot as the max we want to go out. It's just because after that point, there's too much friction loss, there's too much apparatus, and it's just easier to shuttle the water.
And that would depend too on elevation as well, correct?
Yeah, elevation, hose size, all that's going to play a factor into that. So, and then just getting the draft out of the tank itself is another issue in itself.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn.
Thank
you, Chief. Yeah, no problem.
So this is really exciting to see this on the docket. As long as I've known Bill Nash, he has been an enthusiast for fire safety and these sprinklers, and I am so glad that it has made it up to this point, really. Great work. Yeah, you've been mentioning it and pushing it for a long time. I just have some questions. I think you answered one of them. You said that there's, communities out west that actually do require this. And so that was my first question. Is anybody else doing this? Anybody in Rhode Island doing this? Doing like this sort of fire safety proactiveness where they're saying, we want you to have cisterns, it's in our rules, you need to do this or that with new development. Anybody doing that in this part of the country?
I'm not aware of an active ordinance that's being considered by another town. I don't know if any are in place,
I have no problem being point man, just so you know.
Cisterns, definitely yes.
Cisterns.
Okay,
Lots of towns
but not
use-
the
Not necessarily the sprinklers, right?
And am I hearing correctly, Mr. Regan, that the state of Rhode Island prohibits the town from simply requiring for new development a home sprinkler system?
The state has there's this building code that applies throughout the
Sure.
state.
Yeah, it's the state building code cannot require, they've been amended out of the model code. Rhode Island is one of 48 states that have amended residential sprinklers out of the model code.
So we
That
can't
means
have
they can't require
we can't have
it.
a different building code in Middletown than the rest of the state, which is why we're taking this.
Yeah, we can't create an ordinance more stringent than what the building code is, and adding a residential sprinkler, requiring it would be more stringent, and that's not permitted by law.
So until you get up and talk to our state legislators to start pushing that, right?
It starts at a lower level than that, but yes, there's an active movement for that. Sure.
That would be the thing to do. So let me get my question. So if the tanker pumper truck that the fire department owns goes out and uses water to put out a fire in an area that doesn't have hydrants, who pays for that refill?
That's what we talked about
I thought
earlier.
we just discussed that a little
Yeah.
while ago.
Oh,
So
I'm
the ordinance, the
You must
regulation.
have been reading on your computer.
I'm taking notes, so sometimes I have to, take notes.
We just discussed that.
The regulation will require that the owner refill, but then we talked about what happens if the fire department uses it to put out somebody else's fire. And there's flexibility in the drafting of the easement to alleviate the requirement that the owner fill it if the water isn't used on their property.
No, that was for a cistern, correct? I'm
Right.
talking about the pumper tanker truck that drives out currently. Like if you've got the big, is that the same?
Well, the town fills it.
Yeah, so
Okay,
typically.
Now,
That was her question.
It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, that does have something to do with it. The cost of who's going to replace the water.
If we use the tanker for any operation, the tanker is always refilled off of a hydrant if we can. We don't like to refill it with pond water or anything like that because it becomes stagnant. So what we'll do is when we're done with the operations completely, we'll take that truck and go to a hydrant and fill it off the hydrant.
Yeah, that was my point. You're proposing cisterns that the homeowner or the owner of the fire would have to pay to refill, yet if that homeowner without this policy had a fire and the tanker truck drove there, they would not have to pay to refill the water. That doesn't seem
At
quite.
this time, correct, yes.
At this time, that doesn't seem fair to me. I think that there's, that would be inequitable.
But there are other benefits to the town, though, because in the case of sprinklers, there's far less pollution. There's a benefit.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get to sprinklers, but I just, you understand my inequity point. You know, here we are in the past, and the town fills the truck that was filled with water to put out the fire, they refill it. And with cisterns, the homeowner who had the fire would have to fill it and bear that expense, correct?
Yeah, so it would not be likely that it would be one homeowner, it would be likely a homeowners association. It's not,
Okay, I'm
one cistern is not going to be for one home. It typically covers a whole, several homes, 5 or 6 or half a dozen for sure.
Okay, I just wanted to just clarify the, you know, if a pumper truck went out to a complex of 5 homes right now, and they used their water, the town would still fill it up from their hydrant, just, you know, just pointing out the difference. So the cisterns, would there be an inspection process?
Yes.
For these? And who would be doing that?
The homeowner or the homeowners association would be required to, there are companies out there that do service cisterns, and they would probably hire a company to come out and do an inspection report.
It's not unlike
Provide that.
other subdivision regulations. For any other subdivision regulation that's in place has a maintenance plan, whether it's
Yep.
drainage, ponds, it's a similar process, again, based on standards. But yes, the installation would be inspected, and then the maintenance of it would be subject to meeting certain standards as well.
And those reports would go to the town like they do in other, you know,
They would go to the fire department
areas.
in this case, so that the fire marshal can determine whether or not they're compliant.
So, just so, and Councilor Lombardi can kind of attest to this, even if you have fire hydrants on your property, you may have private fire hydrants, and in that case, you are responsible for the testing and maintenance of those hydrants as well. So over the past couple of years, we've been out enforcing that. That's in the fire code, that these hydrants need to be tested. They need to be, and if you go down the street to RK Plaza, you'll notice that those hydrants are a different color. The reasoning for that is it indicates to us that they're on a private water main. So they have to be tested by a private contractor that they would hire to come out and do that. So it does apply already, kind of that same system. The same thing would apply to cisterns. So if you have a private cistern, once a year you would annually have it tested. Somebody would come out and visually inspect it, and then that report would get forwarded to us and would be filed. If we don't get the report, then we kind of go out and enforce that side of it. But it is in the code, that the fire code, that we do follow that. So.
Okay, great. So how big are these cisterns typically? You know, how much, and I assume they're underground as opposed to the above ground water tank that you see in certain areas?
Yeah, so again, it comes down to the size of the structure. So the benchmark, you know, you just use your typical 2-story wood frame house. That's, you know, 2,500 square feet. There's a calculation that goes into that, and that's going to tell you what you would need to basically put that fire out. So that would dictate the size. The average size that we're seeing right now is between 10 and 12,000 gallons, because that's the typical size house that you're seeing.
So if you have a complex of 5 homes, do you have 5 of those?
Yeah, so that would be
$10,000 to $12,000
So
gallon?
look at it as each home would require, say, 3,000 gallons. So what we do is we say, okay, this house would require 3,000, the neighbor's house would require 3,000, and the other neighbor's house would require 3,000. So that gives you your 9,000 gallons for a cistern. So that's the kind of the calculation. So each house is calculated, and then we look at overall. Bigger developments, you could get into the 45,000 gallons. And that's where we were talking about splitting them up a little bit, not having one source in one spot.
So something that comes to my mind is just if you've got all of these tanks that you've dug up the ground to put in, you're removing a lot of soil that we on this island use to absorb water. Just one of those unintended consequences to be aware of. I'm not an engineer, but just something to keep in mind. So I want to jump onto sprinklers now, because I think there's more upsides to a sprinkler than to a cistern. And so if you're in an area where you don't have a water source, are you having I think I heard tank or cistern that's feeding the sprinkler system, is that true?
Sure. It's a pump and a tank system. About a 300-gallon tank in your basement with
Okay.
a typical pump that would pump it at a rate that meets the standard again.
And that 300 gallons, is that for about a 3,000 square foot house? Just out of curiosity?
Yeah, that's about the standard size, I believe. I don't know if that's in the standard. It can be anywhere from, I think, a 275 to, you can put any size tank you like in the house.
So is that something that runs off electricity?
It does.
So if you have one and you're in a situation your power goes out, how is that structured? I'm sure that there's...
Yeah, I mean, there are generators if they're designed to kick on. There are alarms, but if there's no battery backup per se with a pump, I suppose you probably could get one. But I don't know if that's in the standard for 13D. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, but you are subject to if the electric goes out, then you may lose your pump. Although the pressure that's within the system already will disperse itself, and you will get some relief there.
Okay, so, I'm not worried about the electricity going out because of the fire, because the sprinklers will go on and put out the fire. I'm just wondering if we have a nor'easter or something, and there's no power, and something happens, and there's a fire, it doesn't do you much good. Did I hear this right? Cisterns run about $10,000? Did I hear that?
That's a rough number that I've heard from developers. They'll tell you whatever they want to tell you what it's going to cost them. We've been there.
Well, and the number for sprinklers was 5,300?
Roughly for about a 3,300 square foot home, sprinklering about 2,400 because of you do the basement, you don't do the garage.
It just seems that the sprinkler option would be the better financial one to do.
Agreed.
Anyway.
Agreed. So to kind of move you along, and not that I don't mind answering questions, I could do this all night for you, but I think items number C and D under the residential sprinklers are really the two tools that are going to give us the tool that we need to help educate and sell this. Particularly D, we're suggesting you waive the impact fee that is collected at every, for the fire service only, which amounts to about $1,000. If that fire fee that you collect, that impact fee that we collect and as part of our ordinance, right, to collect, we're suggesting that fee get waived if they install a residential sprinkler. And that almost pays for more than half of
So Bill, is that per home, 5,000 per home? Is it 5,000 impact fee per home?
No, it used to be much higher, but it was reduced.
The fire impact fee is $1,000 per home.
Just the
I was hearing
fire.
5,000, I don't know why.
So that provision of about $1,000 and then the permit fees to do so. So, we're going to knock off a good 20-25% of the cost of those sprinklers to allow people to do this. So if you start adding it up with multiple homes in a development, it becomes an attractive option for developers.
And for the town, I think that's a win-win, really. Thank you, that was all of the
We
questions.
would be leaders, certainly in this area with doing residential sprinklers or incentivizing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Dennis says.
Councilor Toronto?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just real quick, I just want to confirm what I asked Paul. If someone knocks down a home, they're not in an area where there's fire hydrant, they live there today, they go, I'm not going to rebuild this house. It was built in the 30s. I'm going to just, as people do these days, right? They come in and they live in a home, then they say, hey, I'm going to knock this thing down and I'm going to build a new home here. Would that fall under this?
No. This only applies to subdivisions and commercial developments. Any single-family home isn't going to be impacted by this regulation.
Okay.
Doesn't mean they can't do such things as put in sprinklers, or they could put in a cistern if they wish, but they're not going to be required by the town to put in a cistern for one single-family home.
Right, because people have been building in these areas forever, right?
No,
Now,
this is for subdivision, new subdivisions and commercial development.
Right, but there's no legal law that says they have to do this. We've been putting houses in forever, right? I mean, this is something the town's putting in place. We feel it's the right thing to do. And when we want new subdivisions in our town, we'd like to make sure they were fire, protected and the burden will be passed on to the builder, which will get passed on to the home buyer, right? So you gotta sell the home buyer, the builder, first of all, that, hey, you're gonna have to put the cistern in, or you have to put sprinklers in if you wanna build in Middletown. Right? That's what this would do. Today, they don't need either one of those. So that's passing that on, which you're saying we can justify by saying, hey, this house will sell even quicker because you've got this system in place. And people will find security in that, I'm sure.
It was mentioned before by somebody too. There's, I think, 3 or 4 subdivisions that have come through recently that are in a situation where there isn't public water. The idea of cisterns has been brought up either at the planning board level or at the TRC level, and there's been no pushback at all.
Okay, and that's fine. I mean, I'm just how we're getting where we're at, but this is something the town of Middletown is putting in place. This is not state mandated that we do this. Right? And Terry brought up a good concern, because I know when we do these developments, we're always looking at how much open space is there compared to the roads, compared to the how many houses they're putting in there. Do these cisterns actually count as any type of coverage?
They could be installed within the open space. That would be allowed under the regulation. So if it was a subdivision with open space area, these could be installed, I mean, they're underground, so they could be installed within that area. In a commercial development, it's gonna be in the parking lot.
Right, right. Okay, thank you.
Vice President.
So I saw there's a fine, $500 if they're not maintained. Is that what that was about?
I think so, yeah.
For each day?
I think that's standard.
Okay,
Standard
that's
penalty.
fine. I just wanted, so let me ask you this, as I'm sitting listening to the conversation. So when I heard Rob, I heard you say, I think, you know, the average home, based on whatever square footage you said was, they would require probably a $10,000 to $12,000, 10 to 12,000 gallon cistern, if that's the way somebody chooses to go, right?
So that's a single home, maybe it would require less. We just have to look at multiple properties on it.
Okay.
So maybe 2,500, 3,000.
So I start thinking, you know, you start thinking your own experiences, right? So I'm thinking, I got a pool in my backyard that holds 16,000 gallons. Would that be considered a cistern?
No.
Why not?
So it
Pump the
doesn't,
water out.
in the event there is a fire and we were able to get to it.
You would tap into it?
We would use it.
Sure.
But to say that's a cistern, no. It has to have certain parameters for us to be able to tie into it. This is what a cistern does. It allows us to basically put our hose right onto this already pre-piped waterway. I can tell.
Instead of using a pump.
Instead of trying to get a draft using, which we do in ponds and rivers and everything else, we'll try to
Right.
draft directly out of that. So we would use the same practice in your pool.
Hey, I'm
You wouldn't
covered.
be happy about it,
Yeah,
but
I got a cistern.
yeah, but there are houses already that have put these into their swimming pools and have them pre-piped for us. So we use them, we have them already. So people use them for their own fire protection.
So if somebody has, say I had built a house or in part of a subdivision, there's a cistern there, and are they also allowed to use, like, say they put a sprinkler system in for their lawns?
Yep.
They can use that for that as well, as long as it's maintained and filled?
The cistern for
Yeah.
like a
Yeah,
lawn
so they
sprinkler
put a
system?
pump in there where, you know what I'm saying?
Not
People
for
get
a
creative.
cistern.
People get creative.
Not for a cistern. The tough part gets into the enforcement of any sprinkler systems in a residential property. That's the tough part because we typically don't inspect residential properties. The only time we do is at the time of resale and at the time of construction. So I can't just go into your house and just because you have a sprinkler system and say, I'm gonna do a fire code inspection now. We don't have that jurisdiction. So yes, you could, you know, after you build the house, you can tie it into whatever you want and use it however you want.
As long as you maintain it, I guess, right? I mean, I don't, but these
On the
are
residential sprinkler side, that's the problem that we run into.
Okay, okay. I got a cistern.
You do?
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, anyone else have any other questions? Come on up, Vice Chair. Gentlemen, I have to apologize. I feel like you guys are at the Shark Tank tonight, you know? We're interrogating.
No, this
you
is
know?
good
But
conversation.
it's good conversation if people pay attention and we do it once, too. Go
Thank
ahead.
you for letting me talk, because these are the 3 items that I came up, that I've been sitting here all this night to grace you with my
It was
company
nice to
tonight.
have you in
Thank
attendance
you.
tonight.
Just 2 very quick questions. In regards to the sprinkler systems, the individual sprinkler systems, and Terry brought up about electrical, the pumps are electric. If it's an electrical fire and the house loses electricity, then the sprinkler system wouldn't work. And I'm talking about in the development. Would generators be required as part of that process? Because that way the sprinkler systems would be effective. That's one question. And the $1,000 impact fee incentive, I think, is a good idea, but we would want to make sure that the sprinkler systems are really going to be working beyond electricity. And then the other question or comment I had as regards to refilling a cistern from a development. If other people are hooked into, or that have city water get use of a fire hydrant and their taxpayers are covering that cost, why would people on the east side, if they had a cistern, why would the town not refill that automatically? Even if it was, they're using it for across the street or they're using it within a homeowners association, those folks are still paying taxes. And we're talking 12,000 gallons of water. Why wouldn't that just come out of the public water supply and refilled to make sure that any house in that area, if someone's house burns down and they have to turn around and pay for 12,000 gallons of water after losing their home, I think that'd be really a slap in the face to a taxpayer.
Well, that isn't what they alluded to. I think I think generally what they were speaking is that if there was a water supply in a complex area, like Paul was talking about, if his family developed property across the street and water had to be fed over to somebody else in a different area, to like the Sylvia potato
Right.
farmland, that they would be responsible for refilling his water supply.
But why wouldn't the town be responsible to refill it even if it was on Paul's
Well, the town's
property?
gonna be out there, and you know, we can talk about this all night
But
long.
before you put something into place, that's the only reason why I asked that question, is because the town pays for everybody else to get a fire put out, and no one has to pay extra water fees if their house is burning down. So I guess my question is, if my house is burning down and there's a cistern across the street and they use that water, for me to have to refill it after I just lost my entire home would be devastating. The only way that would be the right thing to do is if people started putting that on their insurance policy. So I just think before this is put into place, that the homeowners association or any private owner is going to have to refill that tank after losing their home would be horrible if they're full-blown taxpayers in this town. So I really think that needs to be taken into consideration.
Good point.
Doesn't matter whose fire goes out, because like I said, if someone's house burns down over here or their business, they're not refilling the fire hydrant. Their business is taken care of no matter what, and they don't have to pay out of pocket for that water.
But they do. They pay all year out of pocket.
But they don't pay for the
Well,
thousands
that's
of
how they look
gallons.
at it, though. That's
But they
how
don't
they
pay
look
for
at it.
thousands of gallons to put
Right,
out the fire,
right.
which is a lot more than.
Understood. Good point.
That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Council Flynn?
Just a relevant question for maybe Mr. Nash. Is the filling of a cistern something that an insurance company would cover in the event of a fire? It's a great point, actually, because it's a loss. It's an expense incurred, huge.
I think it would depend on the policy you have. I don't know. I can't answer that question.
You're not holding the policy on that? Oh, okay.
That's the whole reason he's passing this.
I'm sorry, I thought you were
But,
holding the policy.
Doesn't he have a conflict
I
of
don't think
interest?
any individual homeowner would have to fill a cistern unless they own the cistern themselves. It would be the homeowners association that would.
A group. This
Yeah.
is really for a group scenario.
And just to put it in context, it's about $10 for 1,000 gallons of water.
It's just cheap. It's not big.
And most of these, once again, this is a condition, this is on new development, a condition of new development going in an area where there is an adequate fire infrastructure.
Yeah, it
And the
cost me
play-
about $500 for 16,000.
Yeah, and the playoff would,
Yeah. And most of these situations are gonna be where you're gonna have a subdivision with multiple homes that would be paying in
I think the
fill that.
town would do the right thing and get that pumper filled up and go right out there and fill that thing right up for them.
yeah, I'm sure they would, and I'm sure,
You know what, just fill that thing
something
right
like
up
that
for 'em.
devastating happens to somebody, like we always do in the past.
Yeah, we
We'll
go
be
right
there
out
for
and
them.
fill it up. Yeah, fill it right back up for them.
Or young citizens.
Can they tie their storm water into that? Can they tie the stormwater
Okay.
in? We can kill a couple birds with one
Any
stone
more
here, you know what
insurance
I mean?
questions, anything like that we want to ask? How about a little aesthetic, bushes, shrubs out there? What do you think?
Okay,
All right, you want to read the motion?
I will. Motion to approve said, proposed amendments to the rules and regulations regarding the subdivision and development of land by adding new section 522, fire protection, to promote enhanced fire protection measures for new development.
Second?
Have a motion and a second. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Big night for planning tonight. Big night.
Item number 23, at the request of Councilor Flynn, memorandum, JFK school rental.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
Motion and second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I sent a memo in for the docket, and essentially at the council's January 21st meeting, there were comments regarding JFK School about the expectation for the building to remain empty, and that soliciting for renters would not occur until both the February 26th public input forum for the West Main Coddington area and subsequent developer input based on the public input were completed. So I just want to clarify this to see, now that we know for sure that Newport is not going to be renewing their lease in June, what the rental activity is, because all of these items, you know, this public input planning for that area, that's all long-term. And I think we need to protect the rental income of that building and make sure that we have that income stream. So I just wanted to see what was happening in that regard. And I did get your memo, Mr. Brown, from Friday. I know that was after the docket was submitted. So are we, I don't know if EBCAP wants to rent. I guess they want to stay. I don't know if they want to rent more. But I think we need to fill that square footage.
So as of right now, as you said, we have the RFI going out for the potential development or use of the Coddington West Main Road properties. And the council has approved Newport Community School being in the south end of the building until August of 2021. We met with EBCAP this past week, and the purpose of that meeting was when Newport decided to take their classrooms back to Newport, there hadn't been a discussion with EBCAP about their fate at the building. So they have requested, and I've received a letter today from them, to be able to stay in the building for the upcoming year. For their, I think they have a pre-K classroom that services Middletown residents, as well as 2 or 3 other classrooms that they use for programs at the building. So that's something that will come forward to the council for consideration. There are issues with that type of rental. If they're in the building, we can't rent it out to another activity that isn't necessarily related to having young children in the building. So you couldn't have EBCAP and another adult learning activity within the same area of the building. So those are things that we would need to explore. They are interested in staying there on a longer-term basis. They went so far as to talk about the opportunities that they can bring to the town with a long-term lease, which would be similar to what the town enjoyed previously with the Berkeley Peckham School. But that's further down the road, and again, dependent on what the town desires to do with the overall development of the property. So I think at this time, until we explore the RFI and get a better idea of what the long-term plan is, there isn't other activity. I think we're basically working with EBCAP to make sure that they can continue, forward targeting that August 2021 date at this time, unless otherwise directed by the council.
Councilor Lombardi.
So you know, I know most of us are pretty familiar with what EBCAP does and the services they provide, particularly with the pre-K, and how important that is to our community and all the people that they service. And then with the possibility with the next budget upstate and the expansion of the pre-K program, I think it would do us well to keep our partnership with EDCAP and try to keep them in that building. Fully support whatever we can do to help them.
Council Flynn?
Mr. Brown, I'm not familiar with, you referenced the long-term arrangement that they had over at Berkeley Peckham. Could you just review that real quickly?
The EBCAP had rented Berkeley Peckham School for, I don't know, 20 years. It was a long period of time. But because they were able to execute leases that were upwards of 10 years, there was federal capital dollars that they were able to access and make improvements to the building.
And that's something that, so that's what you were referencing with, when you made that statement in the memo about, you know, that similar relationship, so that they could stay long term and perhaps fuel some income into the building maintenance and repair?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm still not really clear on why you aren't advertising. I understand we have, there are certain profile of renters that maybe we can't rent to, but that doesn't stop us from advertising and taking calls and screening them or saying in the advertisement, you know, these are the parameters that we're looking for in a tenant. I do it all the time.
So I'm not advertising. I mean, it's been 2 weeks. I mean, we need to put a timeline to this. I understand the urgency that you're representing, but it's literally been only January 16th since the city of Newport said we're not coming. So we haven't jumped ahead. Again, we're looking at what's here right now, and the first question that sort of needs to be answered, which is a question that you posed, is what does the community want to see in the building, which is the purpose for the public hearing at the end of the month.
That does not hold you up from advertising this space that we know is empty.
It's not empty, though. We know we have EBCAP going into the space, which only leaves a small space. I mean, if the council, I guess if that's the case, what are we going to advertise for? What would the council like to see in there with the other tenants that we already have? I think I need a space in order to figure out what we're doing with the building before I can start advertising for some use in there, unless there's something that you're aware of.
So the goal, you know, and again, the goal is to replace the lost rental income that we're not going to have because Newport is not renewing in June, correct?
That's not the only goal. That's one of many goals I think that we're trying to achieve. So one is to maximize the revenue from the building that we can achieve, yes.
Okay.
That's one goal.
So is that not a defined space that they were using separate from EBCAP?
No, they were sharing it. So the city of Newport and EBCAP were sharing a space. So for instance, they shared the front entrance and they shared the front office. So that's a part of the discussion, is what's going to happen with control of the entrance at that front office. The large area in the middle, which was a common room used for the children to eat and to recreate when weather was poor, that was a shared space.
That's
so
labeled the gym in the diagram?
Correct.
Yep.
So we have to identify, again, you know, what are EBCAP's needs, how much of the building are they going to use, and then how much is going to be left over, and can it be used for another purpose? I guess there are a number of questions that have to be answered before we can identify what space is available and how could it be used after the EBCAP consideration is made.
So what would be the first step? I mean, do we need to have a
Council
walkthrough?
Flynn,
Do we need to
can
talk
I
to?
interrupt you for a second? Maybe you should have this conversation
Okay.
with Mr. Brown. It's, we don't have a lot of time left before we're going to be adjourning. We do have other items on the docket. Maybe you and Mr. Brown can spend the day together tomorrow and discuss this, okay? All right.
I can assure the council we are aggressively looking, and again, the
Item
first...
number 24.
Thank you.
Continued from regular meeting, January 21, 2020, memorandum from the Finance Director with enclosure, surplus vehicle, Police Department.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
A motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Chief, Mr. Brown.
I'll let the chief talk.
Mr. President, honorable members of the council, good evening. I've been asked to speak about our 2011 surplus vehicle that we are looking to surplus. I can tell you that the condition of the vehicle in the interior is ripped, extremely poor condition. The odometer is not working. This is a vehicle that has existed 9 years in the police department and is beyond its capabilities and its shelf life. I certainly don't like keeping vehicles just to keep them. I also consider other departments here. I have also repurposed a vehicle to the senior center earlier on when I first got here. I believe that if there's an existence for the vehicle and a use for the town, we would repurpose to another department. This is a vehicle that I think just needs to be surplus. It's beyond its ability to work.
Any questions of the chief?
I do. Can I just put it in my driveway for a little bit?
So even, and I know there's some
Take the
discussion.
logos
I know
off
that- I
it,
know there was
everything.
I was thinking about cutting it in half and using it twice, but we do have other vehicles. And I know there's some concerns brought up about liability in regards, and I know that town administrator has reached out to the trust. I have also spoken to the trust. Everything we do is a liability, and certainly I'm not in the business. I don't think we should leave cars for extended periods of time. We do use them, and they call them, unmanned cars, ghost cars. We will be using some of that, but it will be for short durations at certain periods, at certain times, to deter speeders in certain locations. So
Yeah, the accident that we just had, and, thank you for your team responding to the accident this weekend. I know that wasn't an easy situation. But, we have people on Third Beach. I mean, that road there, we've had a couple accidents, fatal accidents, and I do know people talk to me about speeding in the town. So anything we can do to put a program together to try to curb that would be great.
certainly, in regards to that, and some of the traffic calming, it basically comes down to what? Slowing down speeders and basically accident reduction. That's the ultimate goal, right? To reduce accidents within the town. The primary focus of the accident reduction is through voluntary compliance with our motor vehicle laws, right? We want people to voluntarily comply with our motor vehicle laws. We take that initiative and, we talk about visibility, awareness, and education, and simply enforcement. We're committed to reducing all injury-related crashes, and we'll continue to enhance our efforts through the following means. Working in collaboration with our neighboring police departments on a combined accident reduction operation. I've had preliminary talks with Chief Peters in Portsmouth, and we will be utilizing our statistical data to determine those dates and times which warrant increased police resources such as variable message boards, unattended cruisers, enforcement, covert operations, better utilization of our PSAs, public service announcements, social media, which we have a project going on right now to enhance the town's social media and our social media as well, and other means to reduce speeding and accidents on East and West Main Road. We're in the initial stages in the kickoff of the campaign, and we will kick off the campaign this spring. We will also be seeking alternative monies through the state to assist us in our efforts on the two main roadways on Aquidneck Island. Obviously, East and West Main Road aren't the only roads, but they're the busiest, and we want to send a message this spring. And working with our policing partners in Newport and in Portsmouth is something that I think will get a lot of media attention, and we want to bring awareness to the people coming down to the island this summer to make sure that they're aware that we're going to be out there and we're going to be out there in force. So I think it's critically important, and I think it's a good opportunity for the police departments to work in tandem with each other. So we'll be out there sporadic times on both sides of the line, working with Portsmouth and their resources to strategically put cars out there at certain times on both sides of the line. In addition, we're seeking expansion and enhancement of our social media to educate the public on traffic safety and the dangers of not wearing seatbelts, DWIs, speed enforcement, as well as aggressive driving. Increased use of our variable message boards. We just replaced a lot of the batteries in about half of our variable message boards, so they'll be able to be out there in longer durations. So it's just keeping up the maintenance on them. We have a mechanic now that's been doing a great job, so in the off-season, if you will, not the busy summer season, he's taking the variable message boards, he's cleaning them up, he's putting paint on them, he's servicing them, he's replacing the battery. So I know sometimes you go by, you see that the little battery on the right-hand side because it wasn't a sunny day. Now the batteries will last for longer durations, so they can be be out there and use for more hours. Also this summer, we're going to be redirecting one of our SROs strictly to traffic enforcement in those troubled areas. So we're going to do that as well with our community service officer. And with the incoming new vehicles this year into the fleet, one of them will be a hybrid. Two will be, they're both actual hybrids, but it'll be a different color. It'll be a different color than the regular white cars that you're seeing out there, and the markings will be a little bit different. They won't be as easy to pick up. For all intensive purposes, it's going to be marked as a police vehicle, but it'll be a different color, and I think we're going to switch things up a little bit to combat this problem. Because let's face it, the majority of our complaints with bicyclists and pedestrians and some of our residents, and most of our residents, is speeding on the roads. So I think we need to pick up our game a little bit on that. Lastly, we'll be looking to just take the data that we have and continue to look at the problem areas in town. We all know the cut-throughs in the summer, and my job is to make sure that our mission at the beginning of the summer is to send a message with visibility and enforcement. I want people knowing that we're going to be out there in the morning commutes, particularly in the summer when people go into the beaches and when they're leaving the beaches, and that we're out there. I'm hoping that you're seeing a lot of visibility out there when you're on East and West Main Road, because visibility is very big to me, and the police department, because visibility deters things from happening, and it kind of corrects behavior sometimes too. So that's what we got going on.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
you, thank you.
Councilor Santos.
Chief,
Yes,
thank you
ma'am.
for coming. Thank you for staying this late. I know it's
No.
past your bedtime.
Nope.
The vehicle will not be used as a decoy. It's going to be declared as surplus. Are we taking anything out of that vehicle and using it somewhere else? And are we getting any money for this surplus vehicle?
So that depends how much, when it goes up to surplus, Mark, you want to answer that? That when it goes up to surplus, someone can buy it, so yes, we will be getting some. What that's worth, it's probably not worth a lot. We have stripped the vehicle as far as radios and lights, and that's all been stripped out of it. And then we can repurpose some of those if they're able to go on some of the new cruisers.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I've got the nail bucket already.
Okay.
Councilor Flynn.
So, thank you very much, Chief. Nice to see you. So,
Nice to see you.
Mr. Brown sent a memo also on Friday after the docket was submitted, and it was interesting that the trust response was that under the public duty doctrine, the mere presence of a police car at a particular location in no way creates a viable expectation for police services or a duty to provide same. So the decoy idea is real, because I think it actually does, they say that it impacts speed, it reduces it. Letter in the Saturday paper actually from a person that noted that, they slow down. Yes, as soon as that decoy is removed, people may speed up again, but at least during a hazardous time or busy time, it's there. And along those lines, what I was thinking of, maybe park in one, maybe not this one, but at Third Beach, to perhaps keep the dog and alcohol violations at bay. That's another area where pure presence may, as you say, comply, get some behavior
So when we
that
talk,
will comply to ordinances.
you brought up some very good points, and when we talk about visibility, it just isn't the cruisers in town. It's also the visibility down the beach. So right in the middle of putting the policy together for kind of changing the uniform in the summer, I want all yellow shirts down there. I want us very visible. I want people to see us in yellow. The blue shirts look really, really nice. But the yellow shirts, we need visibility down there. And when they're switching posts and they're directing traffic, so they don't have to put their vests on, they get the compliant yellow shirts, and they're going to be visible. And that's a good idea with the cruiser down there as well. So.
Okay. Item number 25.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continued from the regular meeting, January 21st, 2020, resolution of the council, surplus vehicle, police department.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second.
Here, a motion is second to pass. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 26, memorandum of the finance director through the town administrator with enclosures, equipment purchase. 3, Lucas Automated CPR devices and associated equipment.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second.
Motion is second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. President, this is a recommendation originated from the fire chief to purchase 3 Lucas CPR devices to replace equipment that has reached the end of its useful life at the fire station. Total cost is $45,209.05. There's actually a $9,000 trade-in allowance that we would get from the equipment we would be getting rid of, so the net cost would be $36,209.05, which would be funded from the Rescue Wagon Special Revenue Fund. The chief is here tonight to talk a little bit about why that unit was selected, but I'd strongly recommend the purchase and you approve the contract.
We talked about this before. Does
We
anybody
did.
have any questions about this? Councilor Flynn, go right ahead.
Well, I sent one in, and it's in the additional information on the table tonight about extended warranties. That was my only question when I read this. Is that something that's commonly purchased along with this, and what the options were? And got immediate response, wasn't quite sure how to assess it, but certainly wanted to bring it up before we hit the gavel.
So again, yeah, with the purchase of the Lucas CPR devices, there are like a three-tiered warranty service that they do offer. I was able to give you the pricing on that.
Yeah.
Kind of, I got it at the end of the day from the company itself. So basically, the three quotes that they had given me, depending on the service level that you were looking at, one was 1,140 for a total of 342, or 3,420 for the total of the three. 1,404, which is another level, for $4,212, and then the last one was for $360, which was a total of $1,080 for all three units. It does come with the standard 1-year warranty on all the parts, service, anything goes wrong with it, they'll come out and replace it. The nice part about these units, going from the old ones to these, is there's a lot less moving parts that are on these. So there's some plastic backboard pieces and things like that that may break. I don't see a huge cost with that. The expected life on that is between the 8 and 10 years, depending on how much use they get. You know, if they're heavily used and used often, the repair is going to come up a little bit sooner. But typically, those were the three options, and I had provided the levels of warranty service that they would give depending on which one. So obviously the first one is the cheapest, the middle of the road, and then the most expensive.
And do those warranties include like visits on an annual basis to come look at the part, look at the machinery, make sure it's functioning correctly, replace any parts that might be broken or on their way out?
So 2 of those do have that service. They would have an annual tech come out and just go over the equipment. One of them doesn't.
Right. Which could be, you know, if they're charging you a couple $100 to come out or $200 to come out and look at these units and it's $1,000. Does it make sense to you to maybe have that type of warranty on this type of equipment?
You know, what we've seen in the past, we haven't had a huge issue with having any techs come out in the field. The nice part about having the 3 of them is that we can rotate another one into service in the event that we have to send it out for any service. And that's what we did in the past with the other ones. We would just send them back to the company and have them do the service that needed to be done on that.
Yeah.
It wasn't often until towards the end of life with the units that we're using now. So kind of expecting the same thing to start to happen again in another, 8 years from now.
Okay.
Question?
Councilor Flynn, I just want to remind
We
everybody.
got till 10:30.
We got till
That's it.
10:30, and that's the end of
Okay.
the night.
So,
Go right
I
ahead.
got the prices. For how long is the extended warranty for? Typically, it's for, 3 years, 5 years, or is it for?
My interpretation is that's for the life of the unit. The rep who I was speaking with didn't give an end of service. She just told me what the expected life is of the units themselves, but the warranties didn't come with a time frame on them. So I'm judging by the cost of some of the warranties that are there, that's probably for the life of the unit.
So for the middle one, which is the one that you reviewed and sent to me, the Protect plan, it was, I take it that's the 3420 figure, 3,420?
Exactly.
So it's
10%?
It says repairs for parts, and there's only four points. Repairs for parts and labor to restore the equipment to manufacturer specifications. I assume that's if it needs to be like a fire extinguisher. Once a year, they go in, check it perhaps. Replace up to 2 Lucas chest compression system batteries in accordance with the instructions for use or upon battery failure. It's covered, that's what's covered.
Mhm.
Lucas battery desktop charger and Lucas aux power supply, Lucas car cable repair or replacement as deemed necessary by Stryker, and replacement of Lucas disposable suction cup, paint straps, or stabilization strap. So I'm just not sure, you know, like you said, I don't know how often in the 8 or 10 years, and if you're rotating these, would they last longer, or are they allowed to?
So typically what we try to do is we try to keep them assigned to that apparatus. So 2 of them would go on both rescues and the other one would go on the engine. So we try to keep them assigned to those. Rotating them out, we typically just rotate the entire truck out. That way we know the same equipment is on the same truck every time. So in the event one breaks down, the other one can move up and just go into service right away. So we don't necessarily move the units around so much, but again, the biggest thing is going to be the calibration on them, because there is, the CPR is a certain depth and a certain rate and everything else. That's going to be the big thing that we would have to, you know, have it sent back for, or have it looked at in the station, is more that calibration type thing, where is it doing the correct compressions, because that's overall the most important thing.
And, excuse me, and that, Mr. President?
Councilor Toronto.
Thank you. So that's what I'm trying to get at is, say we don't do the warranty.
Mm-hmm.
What are we gonna have to pay for and to maintain these going forward? And, you know, if you're gonna get heavy activity on this, and they're gonna be bouncing around, and we're gonna be, you know, we're in a situation where we're not gonna be soft shoeing around with this equipment. We're gonna be using it, right? When the time we're gonna use it, we're gonna be using it. So, looking for your opinion on, you know, is this a good investment to have an insurance, as we always look at, right? Insurance is, if you use it, you're so happy you got it, but 10 years later, if you don't use it, you're like, oh, shoot, you know? But if they're gonna come and recalibrate it and make sure that it's functioning at 100%, and they're gonna maintain the equipment, and you said it's for the life of the equipment, so that could be for 10 years. You know, I immediately go, well, that's $300 a year. You know, to have someone come out, look at this, recalibrate 3 of these, spend time maybe showing us how to use it a little better. Is that worth $300 a year to do?
Yeah, I mean, so overall, the use and everything else is going to be, that's all provided by Stryker. That part of it they give us when we purchase the units themselves. But again, it's you know, the preventative maintenance overall is what I would look at. You know, that's them coming out and looking at them in the field.
Yeah.
That's going to be the big thing. A clip breaks, you know, we can have it shipped out, or even have it sent to us and we'll replace it and that kind of stuff. But it's the internal electronics, the calibration of the actual machine that we would have to, you know, definitely have somebody else come and look at, if not send out.
If we didn't have insurance, we get that maybe the first year, but year 2, what would that cost us to do, pay someone to come do that?
I don't know off the top of my head. We didn't quote that. Because we're switching companies. We're going from one device that we were using in the past. This is a new company now. We demoed their product. We went through all the testing phase with it. I don't know what their service is like when it comes to the AutoPulse. We know what it's like with stretchers and things like that they manufacture. We have those. It's always been good.
Okay.
But I don't know the cost.
Yeah,
off the
sounds
top of my
good.
head for that.
Okay, you stay here.
I would go for it.
Well,
Okay, any more questions for Rob?
just one final thought.
Council Flynn, please try to help us out tonight, okay? Because these are questions that could have been asked during the week, okay? We have people here waiting to see if they get appointed tonight. This meeting is stopping at 10:30. Okay, go ahead. You seem a little frustrated now, like I am. Go ahead.
So,
We should have
for
been
the
through this document already.
well, this just came in. This is brand new. So, I guess on the extended warranty, typically if you make a large purchase, they say, oh, you can get the extended warranty in the 30 days after you purchase it. So do we want to confirm some of the information that we talked about tonight, and then, you know, bring it back and see if, you know, that's something that we think is worthwhile, so that we save the town some money, and make sure the equipment is working top-notch every time it's out?
Yeah, my only question is do you want me to look at just the extended warranty, or just overall altogether the units themselves?
Oh, no, I think you've made the decision on the units.
Okay.
I think that
I
that's
just wanted
already
to-
been vetted, perfectly fine, no
Okay.
problem. This is
Okay.
just the extended warranty question.
Okay.
Item number
Yeah, I can reach out to the rep
All
tomorrow.
right, item number
Yeah, that'd be
27,
great.
resolution of
Thank
the council.
Thank you.
Thank you
Award of
very much.
equipment purchase, 3 Lucas automated CPR devices and associated equipment.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second.
The motion second to pass. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Okay, now, I'm gonna skip. Madam Clerk, we're gonna be skipping 28, 29, 30 tonight, okay? Because at 10:30, we are adjourning, all right? We're gonna go to item number 32.
Yeah, there you go.
Item number 32, appointment of one member to the Quinnipiac Island Planning Commission to complete a term expiring July 2021.
Motion to appoint Robin K. Green to, as a member of the Quinnipiac Island Planning Commission to complete a term expiring July 2021.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion second. Any further nominations? All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 33, appointment of one member to the Coastal Resource Management Council, Middletown representative for a term, one-year term.
Motion to reappoint John Bagwell to the Coastal Resource Management Council, Middletown representative for term year 2020.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion second. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 34, appointment of two members to the Conservation Commission, one term expiring July 2020 and one to complete a term expiring July 2020.
Motion to appoint Oriana Jones for a term expiring July 2020 and appoint E.T. Olivia McJesse to complete a term expiring July 2020.
Appoint, second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Item number 35, appointment of one member to the Pension Trust Fund Committee, term expiring February 2023.
Motion to appoint Stephen Sams to the Pension Trust Fund Committee, term expiring February 2023.
Second.
Motion second. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 36, appointment of one member to the Personnel Board, term expiring December 2022.
Motion to reappoint Michael Tabor to the Personnel Board, term expiring December 2022.
Second.
Okay, motion second. Mike Tabor.
Comment?
Councilor Flynn.
Thank you. So, as I've stated before, when there are more applicants than positions for appointing volunteers, my philosophy is to support qualified new applicants. Just allows more members of the community to engage with their town, and typically once they have a position, they're hooked because it's fun and it feels good. The more people we have, each doing a little for Middletown, can result in a whole lot getting done for Middletown. The alternate applicant for the Personnel Board has 20-plus years in HR, according to her resume. Recently as a Vice President of Human Resources at a local financial institution. The applicant is certified in senior professional human resources and versed in saving the company money and in compensation premiums, renegotiating health, dental plans, save both employer and employee the money, and she's developed vacation and sick time policies and conducted related training programs. You know, all of this and more was in her 2-page application. So this is a candidate who's coming to offer Middletown real-time skills and current best practices on personnel. So I think this is an opportunity, and I would think that any Middletowner would want the council to take this resident up on the opportunity. I've suggested creation of honorary positions for the boards and commissions before, for those with historic experience, but you know, Middletown's got to move past longevity trumping valuable skills, especially current skills. And I think the alternate candidate, or the candidate, Melissa Burton, is someone that should be seriously considered by this council. And so I'd like to make a motion to nominate Melissa Burton for the Personnel Board, expiring December 2022.
Is there a second on that? All right, hearing none. We still have the prior motion on the floor. We have a motion that's been seconded to reappoint Mike Tabor. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Item number
Aye.
37,
Aye.
appointment of two members to the Planning Board, terms expiring February 2023. The council collectively interview applicants wishing to appoint to the zoning and planning board. Councils may waive the requirement for reappointments. All new requirements shall be interviewed prior to the appointment.
Motion to reappoint Michael J. Fenton and reappoint Joseph Pierrick to the Planning Board's terms expiring February 2023.
Second.
A motion is second. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 38, appointment of one member to the Roads and Utilities Advisory Committee, professional member, term expiring January 2023.
Motion to reappoint Michael J. Gaston as professional member to the Roads and Utilities Advisory Committee, term expiring January 2023.
Second.
A motion is second. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Item number 39, appointment of 2 members to the Senior Center Board of Directors, terms expiring January 2023.
Motion to reappoint Karen D. Johnson and reappoint Joyce Quinn to the Senior Center Board of Directors, terms expiring January 2022.
Second.
A motion is second. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 40, appointment of 1 member to the Tax Assessment Review Board, bipartisan board, term expiring October 2022.
Motion to reappoint Tracy Tabor to the Tax Assessment Review Board, bipartisan board, term expiring October 2022.
Second.
A motion is second to reappoint. Any conversation? Hearing none. Council Flynn?
Just for same reasons stated. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Item number 41, which will be the last item on the docket tonight, appointment of 2 members to the Tree Commission expiring January 2023.
Motion to reappoint Karen Day and Charles J. DiTucci to the Tree Commission, terms expiring January 2023.
Second.
Okay, a motion is second. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I think,
Just make a motion to continue those items.
Yes.
And just list them off.
Motion to continue the items that we did not hear tonight to the next councilman meeting, and they'll be put up front on the agenda.
Second.
With the exception of the executive session, we may choose to do at the end of the night. Okay, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.